everybody. What's going on? All right. Good to see everybody this morning. Let's start the show out by saying hello to everyone. I see Carmel. I see Bugman. I see Garv. Welcome in Annette. I see Dale Hayslip. I see Chucky Morgan. What's going on, my friend? I see Bank Fishing Adventures and Tim Molina. I see Andy A, Valerie Irwin, Annette Morgan, Denise Morgan, and then the beautiful Melissa. Eugene Brooks. Oh man, my screen just jumped. I see that's Andy A. All right, that should be all. Is JBT in here? if I if I missed anybody, let me know. Say, hey, dummy, you missed me. All right, man, I got a frog in my throat. Baggy Bird, welcome in. It looks like JBT might be in here. I think I missed JBT. Well, JBT, if you're in here, welcome in. There you go. Eugene Brooks. Fishing for Riskers. Hello. Baggy Bird. I think I done called you out, Baggy Bird. All right. Everybody coming over from Jody's, I reckon. I got there you are, JBT. How you doing tonight? What's going on, Garv Morgan? Man with all the rods and reels. Is Hooks and Hammocks in here? Oh yeah, there he is. Hello, Hooks and Hammocks. How you feeling this morning? I hope you're feeling better. How's everybody doing on this Friday morning? What's cracking, regulators? Catfish regulators. Are you you going to the dock this weekend, Aaron? You'll be making that journey to the dock when you get off work. I guess you're working again. No, sir. I got to work tonight. Oh, man. You got to work tonight. Hey, Catfishing with Calls. Welcome in. Well, off the Res Catfish aka DT. All right. How about if I just start calling you DT from now on? David Smith, welcome in. Hello. Man, I got a bunch of good people in here to start off with. Man, doggone, Aaron, this long sleeve shirt of yours, whoo, it gets warm. It's heavy material. It's 52 degrees outside in South Georgia. And and what is it in y'all's neck of the woods? Is it cold or hot? Yeah, but it looks good. I would say Tim Molina agrees with you, but then I'd have to agree with you too. Thanks, bud. Lance, welcome in, my friend. We have epic catfish in the house this morning. All right, maybe he'll grace us with another good lesson tonight. Uh, if wait a minute, I hadn't invited anybody up yet. I need to do that. I need to get that link out there. Just bear with me, y'all. All right, I'm waiting for the chat. There you go. I got the chat popped up. It didn't take long that time. All right, there's the link out there. I'm gonna pin it to the top. All right, got it. There's the link out there floating around in the chat, and it's always pinned at the top. So if anybody wants to get up here on my panel with me, more than welcome. Anybody's welcome. Oh man, there goes Aaron talking Japanese again. All right. We have Professor himself.
Hey,
Welcome in.
what's
Welcome
going
in.
on?
How you been doing this
Busy,
week, Tim?
busy. I
Busy?
haven't been home early. I'm feeling bad because I haven't been able to keep up on some stuff. I posted when my rod got ripped off the boat on TikTok last night because I couldn't sleep. Because it doesn't take me all that long to do, a short TikTok video, and I'd really rather be doing stuff for YouTube actually. But the
Right.
format, I can't seem to get a short in the long wide format, and you just because I posted that on YouTube and you just couldn't see it very well because it was like all close up and weird. So
Right.
I posted that and it went crazy, like crazy viral with, I mean,
Wow.
it was getting 3,000 clicks a freaking hour, but it's full of a bunch of people that don't know anything about catfishing. I got 8,000. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but I got 8,000 comments. I got to get a power cord. This thing's about dead.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Welcome in, Kevin Baker, a real time catfishing. And there's Dallas. What in the world is going on? Oh, we gotta turn this thing down over here. David Smith. David Smith. No. Cure that right now.
well, and once you know it, it's about the farthest room in the house.
Let's see. I'm got to take care of.
So how you doing, hog leg?
I've been doing good. How about
Good.
so your video went viral on?
It did, and the only reason it probably went viral is because nobody on TikTok understands a catfish bite. So they were all telling me it had to be a tree or it had to be a sturgeon or it was snagged on the bottom, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, why am I wasting my time? I probably won't after that. I got, I suppose I got my eyes open a little bit. And there is a good fish community on TikTok. Not as good as YouTube by far. Trust me on that. But
Right.
there is a good, decent community. But man, when things get out there, it's like a pack of vultures eating the ass out of a hyena.
Oh wow.
Hell, that's the first time I ever had to block anybody on social media. There were some serious hula hoopers in there.
I imagine they are.
So what? I mean, have you been able to do any catfishing lately?
Uh, I said I was gonna go this week, but the weather's been too cold.
Where are you at, Hogleg?
I'm in South Georgia.
That ain't cold.
Believe it. Do
There
you know
is no
where?
such thing as cold in South Georgia compared to where I'm at, because the proclivity it's just like the Mason-Dixon line. The Mason-Dixon line is always just about 30, 40 miles north of wherever you are at the time. So I would have to say that -7 today was cold.
Yeah, I agree with you. But look
-7 is
here,
cold.
Epic. Uh, I'm gonna blame it on my foot this time.
You don't have to give no apologies to me, that's for sure, because I'll tell you, the older I get, the colder I get. And
That's me.
I just don't, I mean, I just told my oldest son today, I said, I never knew what it was like to get cold till I was 30. But after that, there's a bunch of cold coming on. I said, I mean,
it's 52 degrees right here now.
Oh, geez, that's swimming
cold.
weather.
Oh man. Now I didn't when it gets cold and 40 or below is what I consider cold. I don't go fishing. And we've had some cold nights here, and I don't know if you know it, Epic, but I cut my foot here a while back, and
Yeah, I did know
I
that.
hadn't been fishing in 4 months. Can you believe that? And,
I got a good story to tell you about the cold. So I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years ago, I was working for a company that I designed furniture for, and there was another company that worked closely with them, and they were big into going to other countries. And they had, not for things we build, but things that we don't have that they could bring into the country. And one of my jobs was to design things that was more scaled towards the American public. So we get on the plane, Chicago, and we fly 30 straight hours. Well, it wasn't straight hours, but by the time we got there, it was 30 hours. We ended up going from Chicago to Jeepers. I can't even remember. I think L.A. and then hopped on another plane and ended up in Japan, and then we had some meetings in Japan, and then we went to Indonesia. And we got to Indonesia, and it was quite nice weather. And in Indonesia, it was probably 75 degrees, and there was people on motorcycle bikes everywhere. There was thousands of them, and these thousands are running around. There's no stoplights. There's no stop signs. It's, a stop sign is merely a suggestion, and they're beeping and honking. And there's maybe like a 2-lane, blacktop. There's probably 7 lanes of traffic, and they're running everywhere. And I asked our interpreter, which was in the car with us at the time, I says, "What's everybody wearing coats for?" They were wearing freaking winter coats. I said, "It's darn hot." And he said, "You think this is hot?" I said,
Oh,
yeah, it's like almost 80 degrees. He said, oh, this isn't hot. This is cold. So
doggone.
it's a perspective of where you are at the time, just like the Mason-Dixon line, or just however cold it is. I knew there were some immigrants that came from Mexico, great part of the country. Kid came here when he was 17 years old, and
Right.
barely speak English. And now, I mean, this guy does great. He's, I don't know, a couple years, 4 or 5 years younger than me. But every time it'd dip into the 70s, he was cold. I said, "What? You're nuts." He goes, "It's cold here, cold." And I said, "It's not cold." But
Wow.
yeah, it's whatever you're used to.
Right. Well,
What?
well, the wind's blowing out there, and it's been blowing pretty good all week long. That's one reason why I haven't been out this week. And
Well, we do not have a shortage of wind. We have
no,
wind. As a matter of fact, 2 hours north of me is called the Windy City, and it's called
they
that for a reason. There's nothing to slow it down out here.
be right back, y'all. Melissa's knocking on the door.
Well, I think I can do this. I think I can look at chat and answer a few questions while you're gone. Well, let's see here. Oh, there's Garv Morgan, Pontoon Jody. There's Off the Res and Annette Morgan. Yeah, you guys are great. Andy A, Bank Fishing Adventures. Who else we got here? We got John Parker. We got, oh boy, Tim Molina. He is and Dale Hayslip. Awesome. Eugene Brooks. And matter of fact, I can't even scroll up any farther. It says new comments. Hey, what's up? Let me see if I can read that. It's either Boogie Bird or Baggy Bird. I can't see it. You know what? I could get my glasses. I think they're right over here. Oh yeah. And there they are. So yes, it would be Baggy Bird. Lance McCougai. What's up? Cold and snow ain't a good excuse not to go fishing. Well, I'll tell you what, it kind of is at my age, I think. Besides the fact, if I wasn't so busy with starting a whole new life after COVID, holy moly, 52 years old starting over. Are you kidding me? So,
Wow.
anyways, got that. Yeah, that's right. And you know, I was of the same persuasion not too long ago. I used to actually bring a chainsaw to the boat ramp and cut the ice away and shove giant pieces of ice 2, 3, 4, 5 inches thick out into the river so I could get out there. And so Eugene Brooks says, "What am I doing in another life?" God only knows, Eugene. I would hope, maybe about catfish conference time. Maybe we'll get out. I don't know if we're going to be able to fish with Steve Douglas or not, but I would think so. But he said he's pretty darn busy at that point. He's kind of hoping, towards spring. But if I don't get
Right.
out, because I'm telling you, the rivers are where I'm at, it is frozen. So Pontoon Jody says, "Hi, Tim Scott. Can't wait to meet you at CatCon. I will even be a good girl. I'm sure you will."
You might
And
get a meeting before then, Jody. He's talking
yeah,
about coming. Yeah, you coming to Mike's meetup, ain't you?
well,
Big
that
Mike's.
I said I would love to get there. I don't know if I'm going to have time. We're pretty pressed. It's kind of a weird time right now. I mean, we get hurry up and finish orders, and then you get, kind of a lull, and then all of a sudden it's hurry up and finish. It's just kind of weird. So I don't know. Um,
Well,
you
that,
know,
well, listen, May.
what's
Are
that?
y'all gonna be busy in? Are y'all gonna be busy in May?
I
Because
have
it
no
ain't till
idea.
May.
I might be so darn swamped I can't get away. It just depends. I'm gonna,
Right.
it's all gonna. What's up, Avid? I'm gonna have to play things by ear, and hopefully, if I've got some, it's gonna be a push pull thing where if I get orders early enough with a far enough out due date, I can get those done and steal away 2 or 3 days. I'm good, because otherwise you get those last minute orders that are like 14-day lead times, and it's
Right.
possible I might have. I mean, yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I mean, just we're ready to take a whole load of furniture up to Michigan, probably Tuesday or Wednesday, and I just got 2 orders that's got to go on that truck because I'm not going up there, in that lead time period. So we're going to have to, make hay and bust balls and do all that other stuff.
Right.
What's up, takedown? It's kind of interesting. I just learned how to look at the comments. The pros, I mean, I can't see you or whatever. I might be off screen, like this. I guess I can see it a little bit. Kind of weird. It kind of takes over the whole screen.
Yeah, it does. When you're on the phone when you're on the phone as a guest, you either get to see screen chats or the
Yep.
picture. That's it.
Well, and I wanted to tell everybody something because, a lot of times a person thinks that things are going to be the same in a lot of different places, and they're not. I
Right.
went into a couple of TikTok lives, and nobody really knows each other. They don't give two shits who
Right.
anybody is or what they do. They're all asking the same dumb questions. There's a lot of people in it. I mean, you might go into a live and there's 700 people in there, but there's 400 of them asking the dumbest questions I've ever seen. And even if they're not asking questions, they're just making stupid comments. And it's flying by so fast. Nobody cares about nothing. I just can't. I'm not going to spend any time in TikTok lives. That's for sure. I mean, shoot, I saw what that was.
Right.
I don't want to
Right.
sound like Catfish Dave or anybody, but you know, doing a whole bunch of complaining and stuff. But
Right.
there we
Well,
go.
that's Catfish Regulators. He swears by TikTok anymore.
Well, I mean, there's good things about TikTok, but I got spoiled by all the great people in YouTube.
Yeah.
TikTok reminds me of 30 years ago, back when everybody was arguing on a catfish board in the middle of nowhere about what they're doing and what they're gonna do and how they're better than everybody else. And I just don't. I don't know. I just don't love that sort of talk. I was telling you about that thing where I got my rod ripped in the water, and they're all saying it was a tree or an alligator gar, this or that. They don't. All they're doing is thumbing through and making stupid comments.
Right.
I couldn't imagine just thumbing through something and making a dumb comment. I mean, you at least have
No,
to be educated on what a person's doing. I'm not going to go
that's
into
right.
Jody's or whoever's live and say something crossways because, and I
Exactly.
I've caught. What I want to say is I've caught more 100-pound fish, in the last 10 years than they'll ever catch in a. But I don't because whatever, and you go,
Right.
yeah,
Right. Exactly right.
yeah.
But I can't say that I've ever caught 100-pound fish, any species.
And I wouldn't say that on just a normal conversation ever,
Right.
you know.
But
But when people challenge you and tell you that you didn't set your drag right, or it was obviously a snag on the bottom, I'm just not used to that, I guess. But
right.
I haven't had a whole lot of things out there where people don't know what your past is or what you're doing now or what you're doing in the future to where they're gonna open their mouth. I guess I don't know.
Right.
Like I would walk up to somebody on the street and tell a bricklayer he was doing that wrong if I don't know nothing about
Right.
bricklaying.
Right. Right. Good night, buying
You know,
space.
Buying space is going back to bed. He's tired of our stuff.
Yep.
And I'm out of here. I don't blame him. Sometimes I'm watching lives. I can't even hardly keep my left eye open, let alone both of them. So I got one eye shut, and I'm drifting along, and all of a sudden my thumb hits the thing, and pretty soon it looks like I'm trying to time somebody out. So what?
Jody saying, Epic rod is hanging on the wall on sunken barge and catfish are talking smack.
Well, that sounds like a good option because otherwise that thing shot down river. I'm telling you, and I remember the live. I casted 2 or 3 times for it crossways, along the bottom. It's not a snaggy area right there. It's just sort of it
Right,
just kind of goes down into 40 foot of water, comes up to 25, and
right,
granted, it is not a great. It's not easy to snag a line with a circle hook, no doubt. Especially
right,
one tied on the back. But usually, I mean, shoot, there was another rod close enough to it. It should have got kind of snagged up in that, but it didn't.
right.
But
Wow.
if it was a tree rolling along the bottom, it had got about 3 rods, not just one. And
Right.
there was no nothing. They wasn't releasing nothing coming out of there, and I just thinking
Wait a minute
that's
now.
all right. It'll
You
bother me for about 20 minutes.
when did this happen now?
When the rod got ripped out of the boat,
Yeah.
it was on one of my live feeds. I think it was
Talking about the
August or
one when you
September.
all was up. Oh, okay. You talking about the same thing. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I watched that. I watched y'all when y'all were doing it
I
live.
just put up a community post about the TikTok one because it's so much
Okay.
clearer because it's and I suppose I could put it, not say it's a short and it wouldn't try to do the tall version. It would do but that did show it a lot better.
Okay.
I
David
think I
Smith.
think it was Art that sent me the screen capture of that because he texted it to me right after it happened.
All right. David Smith says, hog leg show epic my comment above.
Hold on,
Uh,
I'm gonna try to find it if I can go to chat. David Smith, hog leg, show Tim my comment I said above. So I'll try
all
to
right.
go up to David Smith.
There it is on the screen if you see it.
It says hello, Kenneth.
Nope.
Oh, there it is.
Tim, I tried to replay your TikTok video.
Reply on if trees start swimming here and snagging rods, please let me know. But it would not let me comment. Yeah, I don't know. I never was on TikTok. I had a couple friends that said, "Hey, you ought to get on that because it gets a lot of views and whatever." And I've been putting it off forever. And I think it
Right.
was. I don't even remember when it was, but I think I had some time and there wasn't nothing going on YouTube, so I just downloaded the stupid TikTok app. I went on whatever Google and got the TikTok app.
Play Store.
And yeah, well, I don't know. You don't have to pay for it. You just download it free, and
Yeah.
I clicked on it, and there he goes. And I just kind of filled in a little information and put up my first video. And
Oh,
honestly, the reason I went on TikTok was because I do like doing the tannerite explosions, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got a lot of videos of tannerite explosions and whatever. So, but I put them on YouTube first, and they don't like that. And I'm telling
Right.
you, my first one on a short got like 15,000 views, right? My second one got about
Right.
200. And they put me in the basement because of that. They didn't like it at
Oh.
all. So I thought, well, I'll go on TikTok and do that, and then I could share it with my friends and do all that stuff. And
Right.
they like it better than TikTok, but it's still kind of a left wing controlled, I
Yeah.
don't know
Right.
what you want to call it, but it ain't for freedom, that's for sure.
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't miss another rod snatched from your boat. I watched that one. Yeah, I watched it live.
I've had 3 in my life, and 2 of them were in that same general vicinity.
Right.
But I've never had one like completely busted off the boat and shot 15 foot into the water. Which,
Right.
unfortunately, I wish we'd had a GoPro on the back because Had
Right.
that thing just lobbed into the water, I'd have been able to get it. But it shot past the second rod that line in the water. So
Right.
that one was on the left, had another one on the right, which I grabbed and tried to like harangue it like this. It wasn't even close.
Right.
It was done over.
Yeah, that's when y'all was up by the dam
Yep,
up there.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
And
want to
two
make sure
two
I didn't
years
miss
before
another
that,
one.
I had one hit it so hard like this, and then it hit it so hard, and then kind of bounced back up and kind of freed itself and pulled, and it shot it straight out of the rod holder, which the rod holder was probably 30 degrees. I couldn't believe it even happened.
Not only
But
that, it broke your rod holder, didn't it?
yeah, it did. Broke it right in half.
Yeah. That's
But now Steve felt sorry for me. And Steve said, we got to do something about them plastic rod holders on your boat. Now, I say they're plastic. They are an ABS composite. The problem with plastic is the
right.
longer, I mean, and shoot, I had them for 25 years, and I'm telling you, they have been through their paces. And the one thing I do like about them is they have a big holster. So, you can have those big rods like I got and throw it in there, and you can
Right.
get it out real easy. It is monster rod holders are different, but I know they're not going to get ripped off the boat. Because really,
Right.
how many chances at a super monster does a guy have? Well, Sean and I had a shot at 3 of them this last year, and we didn't land a single one. Now we landed some 85s, and we landed some 80s, and we landed some 70s, but we didn't land any hundreds, 120s, 130s. And I know we had a couple on. And it's
Right.
possible, and I can't guarantee that one because I didn't have my hands on it. But the way it took that takedown, so it sucked in the bait 3 inches, boom, like this, and then it went
Right.
down in one shot, so
Yeah.
long and so slow, and then the hook penetrated. You could see it in that if you watch it again. So it goes boom like this, and you can barely see it because it's just over my left shoulder, and then all of a sudden it goes down whoa, like this, and then hook penetrates, and then it went AP and ripped the rod holder right off the boat. Now
Wow.
the
Hey,
drag
yeah.
did not work. The drag didn't work because I had purchased 80-pound Power Pro, and I did not and I had checked the drags. I checked the drags every time. I check them 2 or 3 times a trip. But
Right.
evidently on that takedown, it had sunk. The line had sunk down into that drag, and it didn't slip drag because
Yeah.
I was waiting for it to slip drag. Because usually, if you watch my stuff, I'm pretty hands on. I mean, I grab them pretty quick. So does Sean. But this time, I wanted to see it do the big takedown, do the big drag, and I didn't get to it. It just ripped it right off the boat. I was like, "What?" You could hear
Okay.
my frustration on that.
Oh, all right. I was just reading that what Lone Star said. Yeah, we understand Lone Star, but all right.
So, Hog Leg, I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay, ask me.
So, you are from South Georgia,
Right,
correct?
that's
All right.
correct.
So, are you on the East Coast side? Are you on the east side of South Georgia or the west side of Georgia?
I'd be considered on the west side. I live right outside Sylvester, Georgia.
Okay,
Uh,
so you're not towards the, and forgive me, I don't know a whole lot about Georgia except for I've known people that do fish for giant catfish in Georgia. I know a little bit about it that way, but geographically, I'm a little bit behind, a little bit of a retread on that. So,
okay.
what's your major rivers that you fish, or do you fish lakes?
I fish. I've all of them.
All
I
of them.
fished Flint River, the
Okay.
Chattahoochee River,
Okay.
and I fished the Ultima Hall.
Okay.
And I like going to the Jessup on the Ultima Hall,
Okay.
Jessup, Georgia.
Okay.
And then my main place I like to fish is where the Altamaha River lets out into the Atlantic. That's a little place
Tidal
called
water.
Darien,
You
Georgia.
know what's funny? I've got one of my great friends must live right in your area because that's where he fishes. I mean, it may be an hour or so from him, but he fishes the tidal water in the Altamaha. He fishes at Jessup. He does those catfish tournaments there.
Right.
His name is Bob Preston. You might even know him.
Uh, the name sounds real familiar. Uh, do you know what city he lives in or nearby?
You know, I would have to pay attention on that. We don't really talk about what city. He actually flew up here and fished with me for a weekend, and in 2 days we caught 26 flathead.
Oh my God!
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, I fish. The closest river to me is the Flint River,
Okay.
and
And I know a little bit about all those rivers. I have heard about them all. I've seen some studies on the Flint River as far as catfish studies because that's one of the rivers they actually did some studies.
right,
I know a little bit about the Apalachicola. I know a little bit about a lot of those rivers. And luckily, since I've had my fingers delved into the internet for 35 years or 30 years,
right,
I've got to hear a little bit of information about all that stuff.
right. Uh, let's see. I fish in the lakes. I fish. Oh, I'm the closest lake to me would be oh, let's see. I can get to the well. They're all the lakes are close to me except for Lake George and Lake Eufaula and
Okay,
Lake Seminole.
gotcha.
Uh, but the closest lake to me is Lake Blackshear. No, it ain't. It would be Lake Worth. Lake Worth, Lake Cheehaw, then Lake Blackshear, uh, and then the Chattahoochee River is only about 50 miles away from me.
Chattahoochee's pretty famous. I think it's even in a song, isn't it?
Yeah, way
Yeah.
down yonder by the Chattahoochee,
Yep.
or on the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. That's Alan Jackson's song.
And maybe it's in there because it rhymes with hoochie coochie.
Well,
Yeah.
Alan Jackson's from Georgia.
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go.
and there's Luke Bryan sings about the Flint River.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Nice.
many of his songs has the Flint River in it. He was born and raised in Leesburg, Georgia, which is right down the road from me, and
Awesome.
right, and and Cole Swindell is lives in Dawson, Georgia. I don't know if you know very many country singers,
No,
but
I'm not really. I mean, I love music, but and this is the weird one of the weird things about me. I love
right,
music, but I couldn't tell you who sings anything. I don't really
right,
follow
right,
anybody. I just know what I think sounds good,
right,
and I'll pick that and some. I mean, when you're doing YouTube videos, you don't have much choice.
right,
That is
right,
one thing I do like about TikTok. I mean, you can use them up to a minute of actual songs that you're used to.
right.
And I like it.
Yeah, that's. I'd have to. I got a intro and an outro, and now I got a little thing I do with my stickers, and I got to search them little bits and pieces of the music that YouTube does allow on
Oh, nice. Yeah.
YouTube.
Yes, and that's true on shorts, but try to get that into a regular video. It don't work too good.
No,
I've
no,
had
for
my
sure
stuff.
don't.
I mean, they'll yeah. Shoot, Sean and I had the radio playing one time when we were done with the live. We were putting the boat on, and it
Right.
demonetized my whole thing. I was like, what?
Right.
For
And
like
they'll sure do it.
a minute of like Survivor. Survivor hasn't put out a song since like '89.
Right. That was a one hit wonder. The Eye of the
Yeah.
Tiger.
Yes.
Yep. That's the only song that went number one that Survivor had.
But you know, a guy just, I don't know. I take a look at it and I go, you know what? I don't care. So I mean, I'm not really too worried about it, but it is kind of weird to me where they're going to copyright strike you over something playing on the radio that's 30 feet away. It's a weird thing.
Yeah,
and it's
it is.
mostly done by the robots. There's nobody you even talk to.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever. But I don't know. Stupid
All right.
rules are usually made because stupid people take advantage of situations.
That's right. There you go. You hit the
few
nail on the
ruin
head
it
right
for the
there.
many.
Right.
Wow, I'm just a big bowl of truth tonight.
Oh man. Well, you got some more questions
how did you get started in catfishing? And how did you come up with that awesome name, Hogleg? I was going to tell you, I followed you just because your name was Hogleg. I didn't know nothing about you, but if you was willing to put your name out as Hogleg Catfishing, I'm following.
Well, that's a long story. I got into catfishing. My best buddy, which is dead now, he's also taught me how to play bass guitar. And he taught me lots of music. And he was a biker dude from up north Kentucky. And he moved down here to South Georgia. And I think he was running from the law, maybe. But he was in one of the gangs up there. And I was the first person that he met. And we went from there, and we got separated there for a few years, but then we met up again. And when we met up, he wanted to take me flathead fishing.
Nice.
And, this has been about 25 years ago or better. And well, as a matter of fact, it was back in 90 or 91 when we met up. He took me flathead fishing at one time.
So hold it. 91 was 25 years ago. Is that what you're telling me?
However, 91.
All I'm saying is, I just, when anybody says 91, it just seems like pretty much yesterday. And I'm like, holy moly, it has been a long time.
Well, what did the math? It's 2021, so yeah, 20 something years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was married in 99, and that seems like eons ago, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. But we went night fishing for the first time. First time I'd ever been night fishing. And in the river.
Where'd you go?
The Flint River.
Nice.
We went down there on the Flint River in Albany.
Excellent flathead population in the Flint River.
Right. And I caught a couple of small flatheads,
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know nothing about it. All I caught before was channel cats, small channel cat. The first time I ever caught a flathead, and
Nice.
and I thought they were just they looked so good. I mean, they were pretty catfish.
They are,
and
they're so ugly, they're beautiful.
That's right. That's right. And so we went on and on. We went several times, and then we went to Lake Chehaw, or yeah, Lake Worth, right in front of the dam in Albany, Georgia, and that's when I caught my first big flathead, and he was
Nice.
36 pounds.
Oh, that's a life changing experience, ain't it?
You doggone right. And from then on, I was hooked.
That's awesome.
Uh,
That's awesome.
and believe it or not, it's taken me, let's see, 2 years ago, I caught my PB flathead in Darien, Georgia, was 53 pounds.
That's a great fish.
Yeah.
Any
I-
flathead over 40 pounds, a big one anywhere.
right. Yeah. Oh, heck yeah. And my PB channel cat is 23 pounds.
That's a good one, especially down there.
Yeah. And I guess where I caught him at? I caught him at the Flint, out of the Flint River, too.
Yeah, I'm well aware of the Flint River. I had some guys that I was in college with that actually did their well. You do an internship with the DNR and all that, and they went down to Georgia and did all their stuff on the Flint River. I've heard
Right.
of stuff that never got published on the Flint, and it's pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. I caught a 4 foot gar, alligator gar, out of the Flint
Really
River. Go figure.
nice.
And there was some kind of new species of fish caught in the Flint River. Also, I don't remember what type it was, but the
Placostomus
DNR
probably, and it's not really a new one. It's a invasive species.
invasive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the DNR down here in Georgia uh, say that flathead are invasive. They, they're the Satilla River. They shock it all the time getting the
Yep.
flatheads out of there, and then they do the same thing on the Altamaha River also, getting the little
Yep.
flatheads out.
Yep. That friend of mine, Bob Preston, he fishes the Altamaha pretty good, and I mean he's caught some fish up to 70 pounds, and
Right.
and he's pretty frustrated about the DNR shocking them and killing them, and he's pretty frustrated about how many bank liners and trout liners down in that tidal
Right.
river that catch really big fish and they don't let them go.
Right. Well, I got a picture of a guy I know over there. He sets all kinds of trout lines out, and he lives in Douglas, as a matter of fact. I got a picture of it. He set a trout line out one time, and he ran his lines all night long. And then one morning, he went over there and he had a big flathead. He was 101 pounds
No, and that
on
was
the
in the
trout line
Altamaha.
out of the Altamaha.
Yeah, they have the Altamaha still is in that what's called a new lake syndrome. So the new lake syndrome is basically when you put in a new species of fish that doesn't have any competition normally,
Right.
and you will get outsized. Uh, maybe the top 5% is going to be like ultra big, and
Right.
and a lot of people don't really realize this, but the Altamaha is not a big river.
No, no.
Not a big river at
It,
all for most of it until you get really down into the tidal basin. And the tidal basin, I'm interested in that because it's got big shipwrecks down there,
yeah.
close to where the ocean is. They got
Right.
things, giant paddle wheels down in 50 foot of water and stuff like that. And I don't think anybody
Exactly.
fishes it. I keep trying to
Right.
convince Bob to fish it, but he doesn't. He fishes more areas that I try to convince him not to fish, but he's pretty
Right.
hard headed on that. Um, but this summer I'm gonna hit him pretty hard about fishing those.
Well, we have to time it just right because it takes about 2 hours to get there from where I
Mm-hmm.
live. to get to the Darien, Georgia, and we have to time it right because the flathead seems to hit on high tide the best. That's the only time that we've ever caught flatheads in Darien, Georgia. You know,
There's what hog leg. There's ways to do it. It's just one of those things, and it's really difficult to get on put your thumb on a good bite when you're 2-3 hours away from somewhere. I mean,
exactly.
yes. When the high tide's going and the current's the fastest, they tend to gather in certain places. And then when the tide lowers, then they start to spread out. But I mean, you can individually target flatheads or flathead areas, but it's just one of those things. I mean, do you have time enough to go through and create a milk run and do all that?
Right.
Probably not. So you're
No.
kind of weekend fishing, and
Yeah.
so then that's a really a smart thing to say. Okay, we're seeing that high tide's the best time. That's when you get out there. You got to time it right, and you're going to be more successful. There's no
Right.
doubt.
Hey, see what we use down there for bait when we go to Darien, which is the tidal water, is we stop in at two-way fish camp and we buy fresh shrimp, live shrimp, and they're about the size of my pinky, and that's
Hmm.
what my 53-pound flathead come off of. And
Oh, I
from
believe it. I mean, the older I get and the more I've fished, I realize that flatheads at times can be very opportunistic, especially when the populations in a certain area are higher. If you got a single flathead on a tree, he'll probably ignore that piece of shrimp. But if you got
right,
4 or 5 in a current break or on a drop or on a ledge or on something like that, they're more competitive and it's kind of a weird thing. Like, did you see that short that I put out where that sucker's kind of running around and that flathead eats it in my aquarium, my big
yeah,
120-gallon
yeah,
aquarium? You couldn't feed that thing. That thing would starve to death before it'd eat a dead shrimp.
yeah, yeah,
You could throw shrimp in there for a month and he's not going to eat it. You could throw worms in there for a month and he's not going to eat it. You could throw cut bait of all kinds in there. But
right.
throw another flathead in there, and then there's competition. Then he's going to eat it.
Competition.
It's
That's right. That's right.
it's just a weird thing. Hold
That's
on,
right.
pardon my noise.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm ignoring the chat, y'all. But I got Epic up here. Y'all understand, don't you?
Well,
I just
that's
get
all
into
right. If you listen to people on TikTok, I'm just a no good fisherman that thinks a log is a fish.
no, no. I've been fishing long enough that when somebody speaks, I don't claim to be the know-it-all by no means.
No,
But
and you know
when
what? Believe it or
somebody
not, me neither. I love to listen to new things.
when somebody speaks that knows more than I do for facts, I listen. I tend to listen. I pay attention. And you the one that I mean, heck, who Professor Tim
You know what the secret is to learning. I
listening.
listen to everybody, even if they know less, even if they've only been fishing a year. If they've got something to say that I find and
Right,
everybody's fishing experiences, cat. And I always say this: catfish are the same no matter where they swim, but you could have
right,
special circumstances, special uh, happenings, special things that work. And if I only listen to people that know more or have fished longer than me, I wouldn't listen to anybody. But I listen to it. I don't care if somebody's been fishing for a week and they tell me, "Hey, I've noticed that flatheads do this or channel cats do that." I'm going to weigh that. I'm going to take a look and like I always say, everybody's opinion is valid because everybody
right.
has different experiences. So if somebody tells me they're catching, 100-pound blues in a mud puddle, I'm going to think, well, that's kind of weird. But
Yeah.
I'm still gonna say, okay, why are they saying that? And I'm gonna look at that in my head, and I'm gonna try to cross reference that. I mean, I've heard things that are goofy that are actually true. That
Yeah.
I'll get on the
Yeah.
phone and call. I'll call 10 friends of mine. What do you think about this? There's a guy in North Florida or South Dakota telling me that this is happening at a certain time. What do you think about that? How do you cross reference that? How are you thinking that? And sometimes we can come up with, yeah, we don't really know what's going on there, but there is definitely something going on. Now, if one guy tells you, you got to go, okay, well, maybe, maybe not. But if you get two or three telling you, then there's some science there. There's something
Right.
going on.
Right. That's right. And I have noticed that in my opinion is the reason why they're eating shrimp the size of
Hmm.
my pinky,
Okay.
because when the high tide rolling in,
Hmm.
it brings bunches of shrimp up in there, and
Absolutely.
that's why.
Matching the hatch.
Yep, and that's my theory of why they eating shrimp the size of my finger, and they have to be
You
live.
know, you know what else, hog leg? I've been
Well,
fishing in so many different situations for so long. I've seen the weird stuff. I really have. I've seen it where I got to go down to a circle hook the size of the end of my thumb to catch 20-pound channel cats. And I got to use a shad gut like this or a head of a shad that big because they just won't
right,
take down a big piece of cut bait. And
right,
if I told that story to a person I didn't know, they'd roll their eyes and walk away. But I know it to
right.
be true because it's happened time and time and time again. So
Time
just
again,
because
yeah,
I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not true.
right,
You know,
right,
I mean, but
right.
there's a lot of people out there, they fished 5 years and caught three fish over 20 pounds, and they're like, oh, that ain't happening, blah, blah, blah. And I feel sorry
No,
for those people because they really need
yeah,
to. If Tim Molina came into chat right now and said, I'm catching giant flatheads on jelly beans, I'm gonna go, well, I haven't seen that before, but I'm gonna keep my mind open. Convince me, you know. I mean, that's just
right.
what you gotta do. You know,
Hey, now Tim Lena did catch a carp on Cheeto.
now that I do not know. But if Tim Molina has caught three 80-pound flatheads on black jelly beans, I'm gonna have to say, well,
Oh,
maybe there's something to that.
that's right. That's right. Tim Lena said jelly beans.
Right. But if user 92276 says you got to be using jelly beans to catch giant blue cats, now I'm going to be like, well, I kind of doubt it. But, and that's the difference between the two platforms.
Right,
You know,
right,
you got a whole bunch. I mean, you got scads of people. I mean,
right,
I put the takedown thing on YouTube, and I don't know, it might got 1,000 views or whatever on YouTube. Put the
right.
same one, and albeit it's a little bit better, put that on TikTok, and it got 30,000 views before 6 o'clock this morning or something stupid.
Oh
I may
wow.
be exaggerating, maybe 28,000 or whatever,
Right,
but that'll
right,
tell you the difference because they
right,
promote. You put a short out on YouTube, they'll promote it a little bit and just kind of, and then when it's done, it's done. I've had some go to 15,000 in 5 hours, and then it never gets another click, never
right,
gets another view. But it seems that I don't know. I put up, and a lot of the stuff I put up on TikTok is the same stuff as I put out on YouTube, and it'll get 10 times the views because it just keeps in the feed. But
yeah,
on
yeah.
on the YouTube stuff, it goes in the feed for like a day or so, and then just
Right,
falls off a
right,
cliff. Like just
right,
in the time we've had our lives right here, I've had like
right.
100 likes, 100 people, watching that video since
Oh wow.
since I got here. I mean, it's
Wow.
constant. You can't even keep up with it. It's crazy.
Wow.
Now, it's not like, you get on TikTok and you're going to get $100 an hour or anything stupid like that. I mean, I don't even know if they pay anything or they pay, because I don't care. But
Right.
you know, I think for people to make money on TikTok like they do on YouTube, you got to have a lot more views and a lot more whatever. I guess. I don't know.
Right. Right. Welcome in, Carl. But yeah, I've noticed some little things like that, and down. Now I love that's my number one spot going to Darien, Georgia for flatheads, fishing
Nice.
on the Altamaha, the tidal waters. But I can make it to the Altamaha River in less time. I can make it to Jessup in say an hour and 15 minutes, or I can make it to Lumberton, Georgia, uh, in an hour uh, on the Altamaha. But I just love it. One reason why I love it down there in Darien, Georgia, is that's where I caught my PB.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But who's to say that I wouldn't have caught a bigger one in the other section of the waters? But that's just happens to be where I caught my PB. And this year
Well,
I'm planning on fishing a little bit closer on the Altamaha.
and that is part of the psychology. It's what it's actually what is close to our hearts,
Right,
which I think is great about fishing. I mean, my parents took me up north to Minnesota when I was probably 13 or 14, and I'm telling you what, I put the whooping on Big Northern up there, and I've never forgot about Big Northern, and I still love it up there. I love the smell. I love the coniferous forest. I love
right,
the oligotrophic lakes. I love the rivers. I love the Upper Mississippi River. I love all that stuff
right,
because I learned it, and it's close to my heart. And
right.
so, of course, I took my kids up there, and they love it. And but that's true about catfish. It's where you've had success in the past, you start to endear yourself to it, and it's
Yeah,
hard to
yeah,
break away from it. It really is.
right,
So in some people's case, it keeps you on big fish or what you want to do, or sometimes it keeps you on small fish because you love it so much. And you
right,
go, well, I'd really like to catch an 80 pounder or a 50 pounder or a 60 pounder, and all I can catch is a 20. Well, sometimes you got to branch out, but then again, I'm not going to criticize anybody for going to where they love and doing what they do, and catching 10-pound channel cats or 20-pound flatheads.
right.
I think it's all great.
Yeah, I do too. I hadn't caught a fish that big yet, and you know what? I was just as happy catching the smaller ones. That
Oh yeah.
36 pounder, uh, the 36 pounder I caught. I thought that was big.
I'll tell you what, with the right tackle, a 20-pound flathead to put a whooping right on you. I mean, them things are
Yeah,
athletic.
yeah,
Now, when you get into that big range, it's way different. It's like hooking to a submarine versus hooking up to like an Olympic gymnast or
right,
Olympic weightlifter. But
right,
that submarine is really, and it's about,
right,
to me, with flatheads, it's not really all about the fight. It's more about where they live, how rare they are, what they do, and what they look like. When that bottom jaw is the size of this thing right here, and you can't even get your hands around it, but you can fit four full-grown men's hands in their mouth, and
right.
and the
Exactly.
whisk and the darn whisker at where it joins is big
Yeah,
around your
it's
pinky,
big as a
and
finger.
it's about that long, and the eyeball's about the
Yeah,
size of a dime, and their tail's so
yeah,
fat you can't reach around it,
right,
and they got bite marks and they got all this stuff, and they've
right.
got a pectoral fin missing and left eye missing because they've been
Yeah,
because they're 52 years old, about as old as me, and they've been
Yeah.
Fighting for that long. That's what triggers me. I mean,
Right.
it is what it. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I like big blues, but one of my favorites is a big fighting flathead.
If you no, Kenneth, you get on up here with me. You might have some good questions for Epic too.
What
Come
up,
on.
takedown?
Anybody want to get up here?
Yep,
Come on up
get
here.
on up.
Get on up here.
Matter of fact, whoa, I am past my bedtime by about 4 hours. Imagine that.
Oh wow. Wow.
So somebody get on up here so I can go to bed because I'm gonna have to. I got to get with it in the morning.
Oh no, that I didn't mean to say that for your cue to leave, Epic.
No, I know that. I should have left. I should have left. I should have never come up. I should have just went to bed. But you know me. If there's
Well,
catfish to be talked about, I'm in it.
that's right. Always, like I said, the Boar's Nest is a catfish community channel, but we talk about everything here. When it's
Oh yeah,
catfish to be talked about, we talk about that catfish.
nice, nice. And I usually stick pretty much to that. I'm kind of a one tracker on that. I mean, I could talk about a lot of things. I mean, shoot,
Right.
I was in. Oh, geez, Steve something. The other night we were talking about megalodon teeth and arrowheads and all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, that's what. There he is, right there, Kenneth Powell.
Hello, hello.
We were talking about that the other
What
night.
up, Kenna?
Uh, the I used the local vet that I used here. He was a diver. He found a doggone whale jawbone out in the Flint River.
Nice.
Yeah. And he used to find all kinds of arrowheads and stuff like that and everything. And
Before I go to bed, since I already dug it out, I'll show you my best arrowhead. Hold on.
okay. Welcome aboard, Kenneth. I think Kenneth's frozen.
Look at that
Oh,
beauty.
wow. That's a nice one. That is one nice arrowhead.
Now, this isn't the age of what you would think of the American Indians, like in the 1850s. This is the kind of this is the age of the ice. This is like ice age stuff.
Yeah.
A
Yeah, because that's a
long
spearhead, ain't it?
time ago. Yeah, probably. And I don't know if this ever sunk into a mammoth or not. Probably not, but I would imagine it's this kind of stuff because when they were dealing with the megafauna back then, that's when you see these large, 7, 8 inch uh, spearheads like this back in the day of the saber-toothed tiger and such.
Right. That's one nice arrowhead right there.
Yeah, I've had it for quite a few years. This is one of the most amazing things ever. I've got an axe head, a nice polished piece of granite. This is obviously a crushing axe or a war hammer or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
I got a bunch of megalodon teeth, big ones, big old megalodon. And matter of fact, they came
Wow.
from your area down there. They came from the Apalachicola River.
Yeah, Apalachicola.
Yep.
There's the down around Steinhatchee, Florida. Uh, there's been megalodons uh pieces found,
Yeah.
from years and years and years ago.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, megalodon somewhere in the territory of between 85 million years ago and as few as a few 100,000 years.
Man.
And there's some people that think that they still survived.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're that ocean out there is so deep and big that Lord knows
Well,
what's down in the bottom of that
there,
ocean.
there was one report that has me thinking that it's a possibility. And they had like a 15-foot great white shark. And I forget where it was from. Jeepers. TikTok is just bugging me. I'm about ready to quit it altogether. It's like a fly. So they tagged a great white shark that was 15 foot long. Something ate it, swallowed the tag, which is a radio transponder, and also had a temperature gauge. So whatever came and ate that, it came out of the depths, ate it, went down, and as soon as it ate it, it took about 5 minutes until the temperature went up to like 75 degrees from 40 some. So it was 40 some, went to 75 degrees, and went to 3,000 foot of depths and stayed there for 7 days until whatever it was pooped it out.
Oh, wow.
So what was that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So what eats a 15-foot great white, takes it 3,000 feet deep, is 75 degrees body temperature in 40 degrees of water. Now you would think it would be a mammal, but sharks, we know that these sharks can maintain a body temperature. So and then poops the transponder out, and it comes out 7 days later. And see, these things are really they're really technical these days. It's not like, well, we just got a floating transponder and just went from here to here. I mean, it knew
Right.
how fast it went down, and it logged the whole thing on a graph, and it comes back up.
Right.
And they're like, oh, what is that? So 3,000 feet, ate the whole thing. I mean, you'd think, okay, giant squid maybe took it down. No, it's not a giant squid because it wouldn't have been 75 degrees. It wouldn't have taken 6 days at 3,000 feet and then popped up at the surface after that. And believe this or not, a giant meal like that, you know how this is going to sound weird. You know how we can eat dinner on Friday night and we know
Right.
that dinner is already through us by Saturday morning? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not how most creatures work. If they're eating big things like that, it usually takes 3 to 7 days for snakes, fish, all kinds of cold-blooded creatures, some warm-blooded creatures, blah blah blah, to pass things through
Right.
the system.
Right.
So yeah, that's got me thinking. I'm not. Yeah, I'm
Right.
kind of enthralled by that stuff.
Yeah. I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. We found Tim Molina says we found 2 skeletons in the Aurora once, and the government came and hauled them away. Wow, never made the news. Yeah.
So Melina, were these skeletons of giant red hair? Big red haired giants like they report on social media. Jolly white Vikings.
Right. Wow.
Where
I
did
found
the
this.
takedown go? I saw you tried to get on here again.
His internet's messing up tonight. Seems like it.
I know how that works. I still haven't been able to get anybody out here to fix mine.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to get anybody out here, especially when it involves a little work.
Well, they're all allergic to work these days.
Yeah. Yep. But so what's your year gonna look like as far as fishing wise, Epic?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different this year. I am going. Of course, it's going to be push pull according to what my orders are for furniture and such.
Right.
But generally speaking, I'm going to probably get out back hard at it about May. It'll be channel cats in May, and then late May it'll be flatheads, and then by June or so, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go to the scariest place I've ever found on the Mississippi.
What
And
might that be?
What's that?
Where might that be?
Well, it's actually south of Alton, but north of St. Louis. No one fishes it because I think there's been a lot of people die
Oh, wow.
that tried it in a boat.
Wow.
It's between 40 and 50 foot of water, and then rocks stick up all the way to like maybe 6 inches of the surface, and it's all like fast white water stuff. I found some more sunken ships. I found some World War II ships in 30 and 40 foot of water. I've got a couple of old barges that I want to try to fish. There's some other crazy stuff that I at least have to investigate.
Right.
And of course I'm going to take. And if I go in June, my target's going to be mostly flatheads because I think I can go to. It depends. I mean, if it's flood waters, I'm not going to be able to do it. But if it's normal water or low water, I'm going to be able to do it. Sean and I, so I'm going to take donkey baits. I'm going to take decent flathead baits, and we're going to apply some water. I do have one thing to show you.
All right.
In a minute after we get done talking to this, so remind me. But,
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go to some places and hope we don't die.
Yeah, well, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, but you got to get the old heart going. You got to get adrenaline going. I mean, I'm an adrenaline junkie. I mean, if you told me that I could hang off the edge of a skyscraper and reel in 100-pound blue, I might have to do it.
So you'd want to know what a skyscraper is, huh?
I would.
Wow.
But yeah, and we're gonna. I mean, I've got film I haven't even got to yet from last year, so I don't know. There is one thing I'm working on. I am working on a 3-part series of my catfish obsession. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be way different than what I've ever seen on YouTube or on television in general. Because I'm going to do 3, probably, I don't know, 10 to 15 minute segments, and that 10 to 15 minute segments is going to cover 10 years. And then I'm going to go my first 10 years, my second 10 years, and my third 10 years. So that's going to be kind of interesting, kind of fun, kind of a chronicle of what's in my head and what I've done and what I'm aiming to do, and little experiences here, there, and giant fish that I've caught along the way, and I think I know the first 10 years is basically what I was thinking in the learning curve that I had to go through. The second 10 years is going to be the successes and the failures and the giant fish and the, 2000. How long ago was 2007?
2007. Somebody put it in the chat real quick.
Well, it's been longer than 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been longer than 10 years.
And I'm going to cover some of my top 10 single anchors that I've ever done in my life. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty cool. There's some of its pictures, and I actually have some video of, 15 years ago, Tim Molina. So that's definitely in the middle part. I have video that I recently learned how to transfer to digital because it was taken on one of those big, like a TV news camera things.
Right.
On my number one top 10 anchor, and then I've got some other video and pictures of other things that nobody's ever seen before. So
Tim, let me ask you this:
Yeah,
Do you write this stuff down
I
and
used
keep
to.
a log?
I used to, and um, I don't know if I've explained it fully or not, but I think I did. I know I did in a live, but matter of fact, it was probably the last live that I did. I throughout, especially when I was in high school and college, I was able to
Right,
talk my professors and my teachers and all this stuff into letting me do things based on catfish. I was able to convince my college English teacher to let me write my captain's logs. And that's where all that came from. And a lot of people think it was a Star Trek thing, but it's not. So I used to do captain's log and then be able to, like in a journal, and do my fishing adventures and actually get credit at school, at the same time. So, and
right,
and captain's log wasn't, well, it was 72 degrees and blah, but that was part of it. It was more about the experience and the beauty of it, and when I say beauty, I mean the obsession part, the part
right,
where I was, gritting my teeth, and the the perseverance that it took, and the never giving up, and the staying for way longer than I probably should have, and
right,
throwing, and losing cast nets, and meeting people and catching giant fish and losing giant fish, because I mean, who hasn't lost giant fish? I mean, we all have.
right. We all
And
have.
I used to make severe mistakes that now I wouldn't criticize anybody else, but if I saw my 20-year-old self fishing the same pool that I fish now, I'd be like, look, dummy, get off of your channel cat and flathead mentality. Quit throwing up there. Get to
Right,
where you need to be. And you don't have, big enough tackle. You don't have the right stuff. You don't, I would really, like the Bill and Ted adventure, where Bill and Ted
right.
go back in time and they see their young
Yeah,
self and they're like, look, dummy, this is happening. That's what I would do to
right,
myself. And yeah, so did I write that stuff? Yeah, at one time. I mean, at one time I wrote a report on every single guide trip that I took. I mean,
oh wow,
all kinds of stuff. I would spend quite a few hours. I'd get home from a guide trip and, take 3 hours, and I'd post pictures, and it would be basically a story. Met such and such at the boat ramp, and this is how it was. And, the bite was tentative. So we switched over to, this deep water. We went from the grain bins, we went up to the dam, and we did this and did that. And here's the,
right,
caught this fish and that fish. And we had to we had to switch from shad over to Asian carp because the Asian carp were coming in, and blah blah blah. I mean, it was quite the thing, and my customers kind of expected it, because that's where they
right.
usually found me, is online on my message board on ProCats. And so when
Okay.
people would come in, I would, and I would always take a look at their experience and tell a little bit about that, and say, and one thing that sticks in my mind, we had a really tough bite one time, uh, and we were doing a channel cat trip, and these guys were salmon fishermen, and they were
Right,
from the upper northwest, and they actually flew down to fish for channel cats with me, and they did so well with channel cat, because most of the customers, that they didn't they weren't used to fish that had, I don't know how to say this, but salmon have soft mouths and they're very easy to get off. So they fought fish so
right,
well, they didn't have very many get off on a day that most of them would have got off with a guy expecting a regular catfish bite. And so I was pretty impressed with those guys. You've seen Mark Knott in chat, right?
right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Mark Knott first came on a guide trip with his brother PJ Knott, which was in one of my lives this last summer. And
right,
he, by 10 o'clock in the morning, he apologized to me, and I didn't know he needed to. He said, "Tim, I'm sorry. I have to admit this, but I thought that this whole trip was going to be bullshit because nobody catches 50 catfish in a day. I've been fishing for 10 years, blah, blah, blah. He goes, you know what? It's only 10:30 and we're already on 40.
Wow.
And so I said, okay. and they're not dinks, you know. I mean,
right.
Just stuff like that. So, you know, from writing that stuff down, barometer pressure, what the weather's doing. You know, I'm damn near a meteorologist because I'm a fisherman. Think, everybody in chat, just think, how many people pay attention to the weather like we do? Not too many. Not too many. You know, the average guy goes in the bank, goes, oh, it's cold. It's going to be a cold one tomorrow, but we know where it's coming from. We know how it's setting in.
Right.
We know when it's going to leave. I mean, cat fishermen or fishermen in general are like your, you know, armchair meteorologists, and sometimes we know more than anybody else.
That's right. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I've stretched this out another 25 minutes. I'm going to have to get off here.
All right, Tim.
Let me take a look at chat. Say goodbye to everybody. There's the Bandit, Frogster, Melissa, Andy A. Look at that, fishing for whiskers. Dallas Libert, I haven't seen that guy before. It's great. You got Dink over Stink.
Oh,
and, of course, Tim Molina and his jelly beans.
Yep.
All right, Hogleg, thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming up.
Been a pleasure.
If anytime you want to come up, just tell me, and I'll sure be glad to drop a link.
All right, I'm going to bed. Working in the morning.
All right. Work. Look at there. There's Steve Adams come sneaking up in here.
Yep. See, that's who it was. It was Steve Adams who was talking. So Steve, I had to get this out again because I dug it out for yours. So old Steve Adams started a trend there.
Oh, don't forget to show me what you're going to show me.
Oh, that's right. All right.
I'm glad you come in, Steve, or I'd just let Epic get away from showing me.
Now, this just looks like rope to you. But this is fish tank hose, air hose, that I'm going to feed those donkey lights into and put them on my rods so that they glow blue.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That's how you're going to do it.
Yep.
That's a good idea.
Keep the water off of it. I'll get it all, heat shrinked, where it all goes so no water gets in it or off of it.
Right.
So
that's how you do it. That's a good idea, Tim.
Keep up with the tradition of catfishermen being the biggest tinkerers there is in fishing.
Oh, man. All right.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Wow, man. I can't believe we had another epic night. Okay. Now, anybody else want to come in here? I'm going to drop the link out right here where it is readily available. Y'all don't have to run all the way back to the top and get the link. Oh, thank you, Garth. I'm sorry, folks. I couldn't hardly keep up with chat and pay attention to Epic. I pay attention when Epic's around. Let's see what y'all been talking about in here. I'll go back up there. Doing good here. Welcome in, Steve Adams.
Good morning. I didn't get here in time.
Oh, good morning. What you eating on?
Some kind of energy snack.
There you go.
I tried to get up here. Melissa said get up here and catch Tim out, but I didn't make it.
Oh, wow.
I was in the kitchen on my cell phone. Yeah. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Kenny. There's Epic.
Thanks,
Epic, I tried to get up here and mess with you, but you got away from me. Curtis?
Hello, Curtis. Welcome in. Can we talk to Epic then to get back up here so you can ask him a question?
Hey, Tim. Yeah, my feet in such bad shape. When I came in this bedroom, one of my house shoes came off.
What?
Yeah, one of my house shoes came off, and I was feeling around in the dark for it. I said, well, hell, I'll get over here on the computer. I cut the light on and cut the computer on and everything, and got up here and just happened to look down. Here, I got my house shoe on. Didn't even know it. Man, my feet. I take gabapentin at night to go to sleep. And I thought my house shoe was still off my foot.
All right. There's man.
All right, darn it. It's not like I'm going to go to sleep in 5 minutes anyway.
Right.
How great me and Tim had a history meeting in here the other night.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Did. Yeah, we got to talk about fossils. And has he shown y'all all his shark teeth?
No.
You
He
know,
just showed us the spear.
Since this was close, I did bring that up again.
Yeah, there's that point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice spearhead right there.
You know, I still didn't go in my stuff and get some of that stuff I got out. I should have. But I didn't. I thought about it after you and I were talking the other night, Tim, but I didn't do it. I should have.
That's right. You got plenty of time, Steve.
I don't know about that.
None of us knows about that.
There you
go. Yeah, I'm kind of a buff about that stuff too. We live in the area of Georgia that's well known to have Indian artifacts around. Like Epic said, some of that stuff come from out of the Flint River or around the Flint River.
Well, the shark teeth was from the Apalachicola.
Okay.
Tim, I wanted to make a point the other night, and I forgot to when we were talking about the Native Americans.
All right.
You made mention that something about the tribes up there. You named the name of the tribe.
Osceola,
that traveled and all. Do you know what allowed them to travel?
Not anything specific, but I do know that their wigwams and their teepee. It was the early thing was wigwams, and then it went to teepees about in the 1800s or so. But they also built shoes. They could travel and follow the deer herd, and believe it or not, we had stinking elk here in Illinois at that time. Now I don't know if there was any buffalo. I mean, I'm sure, but tell me the reason, Steve. You probably know better than I do.
They learned to farm.
They learned to farm. That was one thing that they did around here. You're right.
They learned to farm, and they didn't have to spend so much time depending on their food source.
Mm-hmm.
And they had time to get out and see the world.
Yeah.
And quite naturally, they carried a lot of their food with them. But not just like these down here, they carried some of their food with them for flour and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And they killed food along the way. And this had taken place by the time the country was discovered by whoever you think discovered it, whether it was Columbus or Ed the Red or whoever.
Right.
Whether you believe whether it was discovered from the north to the south or the south to the north.
Whether it was the early 1400s or the late 1400s.
That's right. And the natives down here had already learned to farm. And the Aztec and all that were farming.
Oh, yeah.
And before all of that, see, they had to follow the food source. They followed the ginseng and they followed the wild maize that used to grow. They had to, they didn't, but they learned to raise it themselves, and they could stay in one place and get fat and fine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's right. Big Mike, welcome in.
Hey, Big Mike.
Big Mike's in here.
That's Pontoon Jody. You never did check your email, or if you did, you didn't want to talk to me. Hey, Dallas, I'm a little bit upset with you.
Why are you upset with Dallas?
Jody.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I sent her 2 emails during the live feed earlier tonight or yesterday, whenever it was. She never did check it.
All right, everybody, I'm going to bed for real now.
I'm getting
All
up.
right, Tim.
I'm getting up and you going to bed.
Well, Steve came in and said, "Hey, I forgot to talk to you about that." I'm like, "All right, but now I'm out. Later."
All right, get you some rest, buddy.
Yep.
See you, man. My cat came in there and woke me up. Standing up on me, looking in my face, see if I was asleep. They're dumb, lucky.
Welcome in, Richard Jarvis. Yeah, always looking for anybody to come up on my panel with me because it's hard to be up here by yourself unless you got a topic when you go live every night, you kind of tend to run out of things to talk about, and so you might think of something that I haven't thought about, and so we'll talk about it.
Well, it's hard to carry a show that long, that time of night by yourself.
Right. And when I rely on the chat to bring up topics, and when the chat stops, the show stops.
There you go. There you go. Good night, Tim.
Good night, Tim. Enjoyed you being up here.
Jody ain't even responding to all of that. She don't care. She got Muskrat in the corner now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she got him. She got him on the hook. She just got to set it.
Melissa's burning me up tonight, y'all. Good Lord.
What?
I said, Melissa is burning me up tonight.
You got the thermostat turned up high?
Yeah, she does.
That's exactly the opposite at my house. You see, I'm
It, it,
sitting up
it,
here with long sleeves.
yeah, I'm sitting in here with long sleeves, thick t-shirt on. And good Lord, I'm burning up right now.
Kay, Kay keeps your thermostat set on 64. It don't matter. And she started that mess about 15 years ago, and she didn't quit.
But and I hadn't taken my medicine before I went on the show, and I usually take my medicine around 1 o'clock. You say you're on gabapentin, and I'm on gabapentin too,
Mhm.
and but that's one reason why. See, usually I take my medicine around 12, 1 o'clock, and that gabapentin. Uh, I don't know how much you take, but I take 600 milligrams, and that 600 milligrams of gabapentin puts a whooping on me sometimes.
See, it makes me sleep.
Yeah, me too.
I'm supposed to take 4 a day. I take three all at one time at 7:30 at night so I can sleep.
Right.
And I'm so woozy right now, but I'm awake because my cat came in. And you know how y'all when something wakes you up in the middle of the night.
Right.
Well, it didn't say in the middle of the night. I didn't go to bed. I don't know, 11 o'clock, whatever. 11:30. I sent you an email during your live stream, Jody. As a matter of fact, I sent two of them,
Wow.
and I highlighted your name in the chat room, and you avoided me. But that's all right. I see how you are now. I see how you are.
She said, "What you got, buddy?"
Yeah, I see. You check your email, you'll see what you got. I hope I remember to drink out the right Sprite bottle.
Oh goodness gracious! You don't want to drink a spit, do you?
Not again. Been a long time. Yeah, doing that'll make you want to start back smoking. Yeah.
So you want to walk back to check email? Got distracted.
Yeah, you hear, you see this, these excuses. I want to see what she comes up with. Hey, Andy. Hey, Dallas.
I doubt that. Don't believe that, Tim. Don't believe it.
Well, I know it helps my nerves in my feet. If it wasn't for that stuff, I couldn't go to sleep. But my feet are freezing 1 minute and burning up the next. Freezing 1 minute and burning up the next. And I wear big old thick wool socks to sleep in just so the covers won't touch them. And I remember the first time that stuff ever bothered me. Me and two other guys were camped down south of here, rod and reel fishing. They were in tents, and I had a camper shell on the back of my truck.
Right.
And we went to bed about 10 o'clock. And I had a cot and a air mattress, and wore out because I got up at 4 o'clock the morning before. Drank a little beer. I might have drank a little beer during the afternoon. I can't remember.
You can't remember that, huh?
Went out in the river and took a bath. And got in that bunk and my left foot. What's wrong with my left foot? I thought maybe it felt like it was asleep, but it was cold. And I tossed and I turned for I don't know how many hours before I went to sleep. And I get a physical every 6 months.
Right.
Uh, I got in the habit of that when I was working for an ag chemical company. We did research on new chemicals that we were developing,
Right.
and we had to get a physical every 6 months
Right.
and blood test and all that stuff. And after I quit working for them folks, I still did it. I mean, they paid for it just on the counter they were liable.
Right.
And next time I went to the doctor, I told them about it, and I had to go through one of those nerve tests where they shoot that stuff all through you, that electricity.
Right.
And they found out I had nerve damage in my back that was causing my left foot to mess up. And then they told me it was going to get worse, And sure enough, it has. And
Yeah.
that's how I got on it.
I got on it because of my diabetes. It was messing with my feet.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's another time they'll give it to you. See, I had one today. I don't do it but once a year now, but I go every 6 months. But I don't have a one physical, and they didn't do a urine test. Oh, they forgot. So when I was checking out, I told her, I said, look, they didn't do a urine test. I need to go back there and remind them. And said, that's all changed in 2022. Said the insurance don't pay for urine test anymore.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Now I'm on Medicare. I don't know about regular insurance.
Right. Okay.
But anyway, I'm going to let it go this time. But from now on, I'm just going to have to pay for it because the hell, that's the reason I'm up there.
Right.
It's called a wellness check. Well, I want to make sure I'm well.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. I don't want to know too. If there's anything wrong with me, other than what I know of wrong with me, I'd like to know.
Yeah. I signed up this morning for another colonoscopy. I was supposed to have one in 2020.
Yeah, I just had one fall of last year.
Well, I canceled mine on account of COVID.
Yeah.
And then 2021 came by and it didn't get any better. And see, I've had colon cancer. I've been through the operation and all that, and I've been through the cancer. So
Yeah, my mom had colon cancer too.
yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
And so I'm a candidate. I need to keep a check on.
Right.
So I told them today to get me lined up in March. I told them I want to do it in March.
Right. Right. You need to get it done, then, Steve. That's you don't need it coming back on you.
Oh, I know it. I know it. I didn't even have to take chemo or what's that other stuff?
Radiation.
Yeah, I didn't have to do any of that. And I didn't catch it early, but I caught it before it got all the way through through the wall. They just cut out 6-8 inches of intestine.
Right. Good morning, Tina. Welcome in.
I was like, hey, Tina. Tina, I want to apologize to you for jumping in that trivia game you had yesterday or Wednesday. I didn't read the instructions before I jumped in and started answering questions. I thought you were just calling out trivia questions. Man, I was playing up a storm. when you're supposed to pay $5 to enter. I skipped that part,
Oh man.
and I understand. I won the prize at the end of the show, but I put a message in there and told them, "Don't draw. If you draw my name, give it to somebody else." And I don't think she's who was
Wow.
Alvin Lewis said she drew my name. Hey, Chucky. Yeah, I love trivia.
Yeah, sometimes I do. Depends on the questions. If they're for kindergarten, I enjoy it.
Well, I got a daughter-in-law that's a PhD, and I made her so mad one night, and she got up and quit. And she prides herself as being smart, which she is.
Good
But
night, GBT.
all right, JBT. But age, you learn a certain amount of you learn a certain amount of information just from being old.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. And the trivia we were playing, it gives you what is it, three options, A or B, A, B, C,
Right.
and man, I wore them out. There was about 8 of us playing, and I wore them out, man.
Right.
And she got mad and quit.
Hey, Steve,
What's that?
have you seen my thing that I done with my stickers?
I don't care.
Do you want to see what I done with my stickers?
Yeah,
All right, I'll be glad to show you.
I don't. What do you mean? What you did was the ones you had made?
No, the stickers people have sent me.
Oh no, I hadn't seen that.
All right, then let me show you. You ready?
Yeah. How about that? That's nice.
Hey,
Yeah, you do that all by yourself?
yep.
Well, I'll be dog. That's great. That's the first time I've seen that.
Oh,
That looks good. You got it where you can add to it?
yeah, yeah. I can
Yeah.
add as I get my stickers, the new stickers I get, I can add them to it.
So you're going to get some more.
Oh yeah, I hope so. Anyway, there's a lot out there I don't have yet.
Yeah, that'll be your intro.
No, I got my intro.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah, I've
I got,
seen the intro.
and I got my outro.
You just got them to display them when you want to.
That's right. And I plan on. Well, I ain't gonna tell y'all yet because I won't be the first one to do it. What idea I got, but I got a little movie that Mr. John Parker sent me in a little short intro, and I was gonna plan on playing that in the commercial, uh, but I got to do some more work to it.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, that's nice. That's neat.
But yeah, that was my own creation. I do all my own thumbnails, and I did my intro, my outro,
Yeah.
and I John Parker did a video on it one time, and I took that video and I learned how to do it on my own.
I got you. Yeah, he did a video on some of that. On that, somebody was saying earlier tonight in Jody's show.
Right.
I hadn't even tried to learn how to do all that. I just got a pair of earbuds for Christmas, and I sat down yesterday and figured out how they supposed to work. I couldn't understand what earbuds were for. I understand now.
Right. Them you got them for Christmas, you said?
Yeah,
Yeah. They're
got
going
the
up.
little plate charger for the box.
Right.
Look like a hot plate you cook a small pancake on.
Right.
I don't know what's gonna happen first time I try to throw that 12-foot pole. A lot of sling one of them things out of my ear.
Right. Tina, that was a creation of John Parker. And my next sticker idea is gonna come from that little thing, that little hog head that I put at the end of that video right there that y'all just
Right.
watched. I'm gonna put hog leg catfishing that on there also, and that's gonna be my next sticker plan.
I ain't even thought about stickers. I don't know. I'm so sorry. If I had stickers, I'd be too lazy to mail them out. I'm pretty sorry, actually.
No, you ain't sorry.
Yeah, Mike, I can throw it pretty good, but I got a 309 pin on there, and they don't cast the best. I'll probably get about 80 yards. It looks like, and I'm too tight to buy a reel. I just can't see paying $200-300 for a reel. I just have to fish in that 80-yard span there.
Well, you can get good reels for around $50.
Well, I got the pistol fund, but they don't hold enough line.
Yeah, well, that's
That's
true.
60. I if I put 25-pound test on it, I believe I could almost pull it.
Well, you see, there you go, right there. You start using braid, you can get more line on that PC fun.
I know it, but in the rocks I fish in and the ledges I fish off of, I've been down the braid route. I told you. I used it to tie down loose eyes on my old rods and super glue it down. That's what I found out that I can use it for. What does that cost, Mike? What does one of those cost? Day wash sea lion. I got to write that down. That's a new one. I ain't seen that one. Conventional day one. Okay. Well, yeah. You thumb it. You use your thumb to
Right.
see. I've done those 309s. Yeah, well, look at that. You talking $200, man. I can do the same thing on one of my pins, take that level line off and get a little bit more distance.
So I should have bought that one. Wow. I should have bought that one. Of course, now it was a used one, but I could have bought it for $50.
eBay, $179.99 on eBay. Yeah, I'll probably just stick with what I got. I don't know. I tell you, I got a lot of confidence in them old pin reels, them old red-sided ones. Now, those 209s hold quite a bit of line, and they throw further than the 309. But I don't have any 209. Okay, you buy them used, Mike? What are used off of eBay? I guess it were at $75. Yep. Okay. Well, that's how I bought all the 309s. Big Mike, you buy them from saltwater areas? You buy them from people that were using them in the salt? I better write that down, hadn't I, Fro?
Yeah, you might want to write that down.
Let me skip back up here a minute. Yes, tab rebuild kits. Okay, I got you. That's good. Me and Big Mike probably end up rebuilding against each other. There you are. Oh man, there were sea lion.
Yeah, he says they're sealed.
Conventional, non-level wire. Conventional.
He said the rebuild kits are $25.
I see that. I got that written down, Big Mike. Thank you.
All
Okay.
his come from California.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, them folks selling them trying to pay their taxes out there.
Yeah, yeah, and buy water.
Buy water. Yeah. You know, I made a point tonight on Jody's show. They read the question, but you know, we don't have any members from Kansas in this community.
Come to think about it, I can't think of anybody that's from Kansas.
And you know, you've heard me mention catching those 42 flatheads in 4 days.
Yeah,
You heard me talk about it.
right.
Well, that boy was from Kansas, and he flathead fished. I mean, forever. He caught nice flatheads out there in those rivers. It was about 10 of those guys that fished together.
Abbott says yes, we do.
Avid said, who is that, Avid? I never seen a single soul from Kansas on the boards. I'd like to know who it was. Who it
Yeah,
is.
me too. Kansas catfishing.
I've never seen him before.
I hadn't either. Must have been a old one.
I don't know. I never seen him post. Yeah, Dale came here 6 or 7 times, and I never. I always planned a trip, but I never got out there to fish with him.
Wow.
He caught some monstrous flatheads out there in 15-foot deep water.
Kansas catfishing.
I never seen him around, him or her.
If you got their links, Evan. Oh, he's been away because family medical. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Welcome in, zombie.
Hey, zombie. Hello again, Curtis.
You missed it, zombie. We had Epic up here tonight.
I never seen Catfish KC either. But that just barely is Kansas. My wife said I woke her up the other night.
He
Talking too
says
loud. I'm trying to be quiet tonight.
that's them. The link that Melissa dropped.
Okay.
I have to go check them out.
Melissa, Johnny on the spot.
Yep. So you woke your wife up the other morning, huh?
She was raising hell too.
Yeah.
When she got up to go to work, and I was just now getting up from the computer, I was watching the clock, see. And that's the reason I jumped up and left so quick. I ran in there and cooked her some bacon.
Uh-oh.
Called myself doing good, you know. I didn't know I woke her up.
Oh, wow.
Man, she came down that hall. I heard them shoes stomping in there on that hardwood floor. She was mad as a hornet, man. And she sleeps with a TV, and it cuts off way over in the morning. I guess I was talking loud, and I woke her up.
Oh, wow.
And she said, "What are you doing up?" And I said, "I just woke up."
She called you lying, huh?
Yeah, she caught me lying. But she was too mad to even talk about it then. I thought I got away with it till that afternoon.
Yep.
And she came in the door still storming, man. I said, "Lord have mercy."
There you go. Hey, you drunk a whole bottle of wine that night too. You know that, don't you?
Oh, I know. That's what wine is for. When you open a bottle of wine, you drink it.
Oh, wow.
Homemade wine, too. That stuff is potent.
Yeah. I told you about that bottle of wine me and Melissa
No,
bought.
I didn't, Melissa. Yeah, I think he did.
We couldn't find a cork to drink. Get the cork out, drink it.
Yeah, that's right. Push it on down in there.
I tried, but it wouldn't go.
Oh, okay. It didn't have a corkscrew.
Didn't have a corkscrew.
Well, look here, this bottle that I opened that night, I ran this corkscrew down in there. Instead of running it all the way down, I just screwed in there tight and pulled down on it and popped the cork half in two.
Shit.
And I had to start over with I finally got out half a cork. So I just threw it away. I said, no, I didn't. I kept stuffing it back down in the bottle.
Right.
A little bit where it'd be easy to get out. No, she didn't eat it. Yeah, I could have had a full meal and she wouldn't eat it. She's so mad. I ate the bacon.
Wow.
She was too mad to do anything. She's mad enough I got out of the way and went back in and got in the bed.
Well, wow.
But I did hide that wine bottle for her in the bed.
Wow. That's bad when you're hiding wine bottles from your wife.
Well, an empty one. I mean, you know,
Welcome
because it's been in the
in, Abby.
refrigerator. Hey, Abby. Good morning.
Oh, how you guys doing?
Oh, we done.
Doing?
We done right along.
Doing better than me, I bet you.
You at work?
When am I not at work's the question.
There you go.
Right.
$1 million question is when will be my first day off?
Yeah, that's a dirty word, that work.
4-letter word. Hey, y'all, I'll be right back. I got to take my medicine.
All
Here
right,
it
man.
is, 4 o'clock.
All right.
Hey, Melissa.
Catfishing with cars.
Melissa, I got a question for you. This is another one. Can you find the second Kansas City catfishing YouTube channel?
Kenneth, why don't you go to bed? You've been up too long.
We actually have 2 or 3 catfishing channels from Kansas.
Okay. Well, if they're from Kansas City, they just barely are from Kansas.
There's one in Kansas. I think there's a couple of other of them in Kansas too.
Okay.
But they're all around the Missouri River because that's where a lot of the good main catfishing is. Kansas City is both Kansas and Missouri, Tim. It's on the state line. You got Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas.
Well, my buddy fished the Kansas River and the Blue River. And he caught some monstrous flathead. Oh Lord, Kenneth, that's tough, isn't it? Yeah, he caught monstrous flathead, and they're both of them little rivers.
Oh, you can catch monsters anywhere from all the way in the Missouri, Mississippi, Kaskaskia, all the way up to northern part of the states.
I always wanted to get out there and fish with him.
And every state has a different state record for a flathead.
Yeah. Well, I know that one season there he caught 2 over 50. So
Who's that?
He's dead now. A friend of mine from Kansas used to come down here and fish with me every year. Trying to get him on a big blue. It never did.
Melissa, there's 3 more channels in our catfish community that are from Kansas.
Okay.
And I don't have my subscribers list in front of me. I can pull them up.
Okay. I just never have seen any of them. I've never seen one.
I I go looking for new channels. That's how come I find them.
Yeah.
When I do have a day off and I'm not fishing, I'm going through YouTube looking for new catfishing channels that are throughout the United States.
Yeah.
I ain't killing you, Melissa. You're a good moderator. I wouldn't kill a good mod.
Mm-hmm.
Melissa, if you want to cheat, you should be able to go over to my page and see my subscribers and go through that whole list. It may take you a while, but good luck. It may take her a while to go through them all.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing about. Melissa talking about that turkey hunter. My buddy Radish that caught that monstrous catfish down here a few years ago. He's killed.
Yeah, but you should see his first catfish. He's got a big catfish in there too.
He's killed the Grand Slam twice in turkeys. That's
another one, Melissa. No, that ain't the one I'm talking about, but that's one.
I don't ever see them posting where I go. Or chatting or anything.
Hey, but that's still a catfish channel there, Melissa, but that ain't the one I was talking about. You did good. You're doing good. Melissa, you're still doing good. You still found 2 catfish channels in Kansas.
Tim, he's not at home with his list of subscribers.
Melissa, that is one, DTF Outdoors. Because I'm not at home right now, Tim. I don't have the list in front of me. I'm at work. I don't have my list here with me. That was one, Melissa. If I had my list in front of me, I'd be glad to post them, but I don't.
All right, I'm back.
You work on 3 catfishing channels in Kansas.
I think you just want Melissa to find them for you.
No, hey, I can't. It's all I have in front of me is my phone. I don't have my list. My list is at home on a desk with all the channels I've got.
Well, that means that Melissa's a better mod than what you are, Evan.
Hey, I'm at work. I'm not at home. I told her that. I'm not at home.
Well, you're
I
wanting
even
her.
gave her where she could find him too.
You're wanting her to do something that you can't even do.
Oh, I can do it. I've done it.
You gotta remember,
I've
Evan.
done
You gotta remember, Evan. Melissa's only does it on her phone too. I'm just messing with you, Evan.
it. No, I'm just checking something she sent me. I didn't know about that one, Melissa.
She's finding something you don't even know about there.
No, she found one in Kansas I didn't even know about.
There you go. That's my point proven. She's a better mod than you.
No, hey, I haven't had a day off in over, what, 5 months, 6 months?
You care, Melissa.
Yeah, you better make sure he don't get it when I do that, Melissa. You don't need to sweat, Melissa. I already told you you're doing good.
That's right. Oh, the giant rod miss calls.
I'm not used to using my phone either. I'm used to using my laptop and my desktop to look them up.
What was the giant rod Miss Calls was using?
Yeah, if I just took a day off, I'd get fired.
We got another guest. Guess who it is? Rusty.
Oh, Lord.
Morning.
Hey, Rusty.
Morning, Mr. Abbott. Morning, Mr. Adams.
Morning, Rusty.
All right.
I knew about that one, Melissa.
Good morning.
I knew about that one.
So what's going on in here this morning?
Average making Melissa earn her paycheck.
No, hey, I just asked her a question, and Rusty's going hog wild with it. I asked her a question about 3 of them, and she brought in 4 of them already.
Well, I guess I'm the one that owes Melissa an apology for bringing it up.
You didn't want to brought it up. I didn't.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Kenneth.
Melissa,
Morning.
this is
Morning,
not my
Melissa.
fault. I'm just trying to prove a point.
Morning, Chucky. Morning, Tim.
Oh, you didn't have to
And
prove
that's right,
it.
Melissa. I will send you something in PayPal.
I don't.
I
You
never.
might better tell me how much it's gonna be, Evan.
Morning, Andy.
What? It's gonna be all hers.
I still got money on my PayPal, buddy. You better let me know how much. If nothing else, let me know in private chat.
What? You haven't spent the other ones I sent?
I keep money on my PayPal.
What you do? I don't consider that a catfishing channel. I call that one ditch pickles.
Now you're getting ticky.
Yeah.
Robbie. Mr. Adams, did you get any snow this round?
No. Oh yeah, I got it didn't stick. Got about an hour and a half worth, but it never did even it
I
didn't.
call that the Dick Pickle channel.
The ground was still warm, you know. We got it before you got it.
We got 4 inches.
Yeah, I saw your pictures. No, it's just cold down here. Cold for us.
Hello, Nat.
Hello, Annette. Good morning.
I went over to the river today and looked at the spots that I normally fish on my live streams, and the water's up there pretty good on them. Boy, that river looked cold too. Golly.
Hey, I'd delete that bass channel. That one is not a catfish channel. That's a ditch pickle.
There's a big ditch pickle. Yeah, I was gonna go fishing today, but with that snow being on the ground like it is, I changed my mind. 16 degrees. I take that back. 13 degrees.
Hey,
Did you finally get some snow?
How much snow did you get?
4 inches.
You got 4 inches?
Yeah.
You know what I got?
What?
A hair's breadth.
Air breath.
It landed and it was melted within 20 minutes after it got done snowing.
Well, it didn't here. It's 13 degrees.
You know how
It's
much
8
we
degrees
got?
and the snow melted.
Y'all know how much we got?
0.
0. That's why I live in Georgia.
South
Georgia.
Georgia.
At that. South Georgia at that.
Well, it's heading your way anyway.
Nope, it ain't gonna make it here.
It turned into rain down there.
Yep.
Well, the last one we got a few years ago, I told my wife, I
Melissa, you're doing good.
we're gonna
You
take
found it.
we're gonna take a bunch
You
of
found
bottles. We're gonna take a bunch of bottles of ice and put some of the snow in a cooler, and we're gonna start driving south. Every time we stop, we're gonna open that cooler and show it to people. And when somebody says, "What's that in that cooler?" Well, that's where we're gonna stop.
That's it.
Don't get as
Good
far
morning,
as
Ernie.
I-
Good
I
morning,
hate
Ernie.
Morning, Ernie.
Are you going off my page that has my subscribers on it?
Yep.
I have a funny feeling she's going off my page.
Hey, Ernie.
Well,
Yeah, this snow won't be around much longer. It's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Yo, it's supposed to rain here too.
Ernie Brown. You shouldn't have bragged.
Brown.
You shouldn't have bragged. I told you you'd have to chase a deer down. You shoot it with an arrow.
That's the reason they cut. That's the reason they call it sticking them, ain't it? Hogleg.
That's right.
Hey, Froggy.
I'm up here. I'm here, Froggy.
Well, I don't know where Ernie is, but it ought to be cold enough that wherever he is, that he ought to be able to find it, and his meat still be good. His cows ain't got to it.
Right.
You
He said
did
he
good.
couldn't find it, so he's got to go out this morning probably try to find it.
You did good, Melissa. I'm interested in the cats.
Turn down, just get the last of what you said. I had to get it. Okay. Hey, Dante. Well, y'all, I'm finna give it
Morning,
another
Milton.
shot going to bed. Y'all take care here.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you
See
for
you later,
coming up.
Mr.
take care.
Thank you
See
for coming
y'all.
up, Steve.
See y'all
I
later.
will be Rug Leg. I will
Good
be doing a video here shortly of everybody that is on the list for the Channel Cat tournament.
Good morning, Gigability. You put me
The
on
rest
that.
of you will want to see channels I've subscribed to, go over to my subscription page on my YouTube channel. You'll see subscriptions. You get lost in there.
You put me on that Channel Cat tournament.
I think you're either on the main list or a backup. I have to check and make sure. I think you're on the main list.
Okay.
That damn thing filled up within 7 hours after
Morning, Gar.
posting that one.
Oh wow. Wow.
And I still have people trying to get in on it. And I put another video up saying it was full.
Well, what did the post? What did the poll say?
For what?
Bragging rights or cash card? I said chose bragging rights.
Yeah, that's bragging rights, but that was supposed to have been for my mods, and one of my mods put it out in main chat. One of my members.
Yeah.
I posted that poll for members, and next thing I know, it was put out in the mainstream. I'm like, where'd this come from?
I picked bragging rights. I didn't know.
Hey, it was unanimously bragging rights because it was like 97% bragging rights and like 3% gift card.
Right.
But when I do that tournament, if people want to give out some of their stickers or something for people watching, they're more than welcome to. Just let me know.
All right. Oh, Avi, have you seen my sticker commercial?
Yeah, I've been watching it. I got to send you one. Hey, I like that. I like what you did. That's cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
You did a great job on that one.
Thank you.
I like what you're doing for your channel. I really like what you're doing.
Uh-oh. Andy A done put one out there. You know what that one means, don't you?
No.
Watch.
I like that.
That's what a one stands for. Welcome in,
You
Steve.
know what make that sticker collection look even better?
What's that?
Mine.
You got to send it. I'll put it up there.
I don't have no address.
All right.
Morning, Mr. Mosley.
Hey, I can't send it if I don't have address.
Send your email to my address, and then I will send you my address.
I think I got. Aren't you guys on Facebook?
No, no,
No. I thought you guys were.
no. Just send me an email to hoglegcatfishing@gmail.com, and I'll send you my home address.
Let's see, my email's on my about page anyway, so it's easy to get my email.
Okay, doggone.
Hey, Fishing with Steve Mosley.
My email's scrolling across at the bottom of my page right now. And there it is right there, right below. If you can't see the banner.
Right, I can see it. Damn. Too many windows open.
Thank you, Annette, for liking the music.
Hogleg Catfishing.
At gmail.com. Oh, you know Avid's email, Melissa?
Yeah, she went and got it off my about page.
Oh. Thanks.
See you, Froggy. Thank you, Miss Melissa.
Well,
Sent.
what is y'all pop? I don't understand that, Ernie. Our pop is down. Take it easy, Froggy.
Yeah, I look like it. I sent you an email with my address.
Okay.
That's the way dogs are. As soon as you get up there, we're outside.
Yep.
Yeah, it's easy to get my email.
Oh, what happened to my tickers? Why ain't they scrolling? No, not that one. Well, yeah, that one could stay.
Where you at, Gigability? We'll send you something.
Kenneth, you want to try again? Come up here. Come on, man. Try it one more time.
Who's that?
Takedown.
Is he having troubles again?
Yeah, he's hot spot giving him issues.
Gigability was in Mother Nature your way. With all this cold stuff she has.
Oh, Wow, Steve Mosley, it's 7 degrees there. Woo!
It's 8 degrees here.
Like that doggone icon. Rustic.
Oh, someone's popping up.
See my icon?
Yeah, I like that.
Can you hear me?
Rustic, you finally made it, my friend.
All right. Man, I was trying to help her in chat drop links. I kept dropping Froggy's link, putting everybody else's name on. I'm sorry about that, people. I thought I was doing something good. I'm messing up again.
Melissa, you're doing good.
I ain't gonna
She's
know.
on it tonight.
I don't think. They got a video and I'm gonna watch it, see if that'll help me.
Help you do what?
Buddy?
We're dropping a link. Dropping a link in chat. I was dropping a link. I thought, I said, man, I got the hang of this doing all right. I kept dropping Froggy's link, putting everybody else's name on. I'm sorry about that, people.
Hey, that's what you call catfishing there.
I ain't lying. I was throwing the sink out there, but I wasn't doing no good.
Yeah, you're catfishing Froggy's link without knowing it. Putting everybody else's name on it, but you're sending out her link.
I kept saying paste, and I was putting it out there, and I was going to everybody's channel and getting the link. I thought I was copying their link, but evidently I kept copying Froggy some kind of way. I don't know.
You didn't copy their link. You just got their name off their channel, put it down, and just pasted Froggy's link.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was dinking up. Thought I was doing good, man. I was grinning, pat myself on. I said, man, I'm gonna roll now. I'm gonna help people out drop things like crazy. And I was messing all of them, man.
Hey, you just let Froggy. You just pasted Froggy's channel all over chat.
Yeah, with everybody else's name. Man, I feel like a dog. I thought I was helping people out, and I'm messing up all the time.
Hey, next time you go to their channel, hit copy on the URL or on the 3 tabs on the phone.
Yeah.
Then come back and click paste with their name on it.
Yeah. Well, I hit the 3. I go to the channel, and I hit the 3 buttons and hit share. And then I come back to the channel.
When you hit share, you forgot to click on copy.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't find copy. I was punching everything in there. I couldn't find no copy. I think that's why the only one I copied was Froggy's. I think that's why I kept posting that link, because that's the only one I had copied.
Froggy's telling you, Kenneth, to accept defeat, like I do takedown. I haven't infiltrated your mind.
Oh.
Well, you know, Kenneth.
Well, you know that, Rusty. How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. I made me a new icon.
Yeah, I like that.
Let me see. I done got over here where I can read chat. I got to come back so I can see you. Oh, okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Yeah, I'm just going. I don't know how I'm going to learn this technology mess. I was trying to learn something.
Yeah, it's easy to learn. They're just, you can get confused real quick doing it too quick.
Well, it ain't hard to get an empty space confused no way. You know what I mean?
I did not say that. I did not go there.
But one thing I know 2 plus 2 is 6. So that's all I need to know.
You did that to yourself. I did not do that.
Oh, I know. I done dinked up. I was just trying to learn something. Thought I had learned it, but I realized I didn't.
I was giving you the credit for what you've done. You just went back and cut your own foot.
Yeah.
Hey, don't be talking about cutting the foot now.
That's right. I got a bad foot in that too.
Hey, leave my froggy alone. A Bigfoot's gonna come and get you.
I hear that. I ain't picking on Froggy.
I'm talking about gigability, going after Froggy's legs.
Oh, okay.
Ernie said that he wants some deep fried frog legs, and Gigability saying he's wanting some frog legs, and hell, I'll take some too.
Leave my Froggy alone.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I try not to mess up too much till I can get the hang of it. But I sure messed up tonight. But hey,
All you
Jacob,
do
Like,
is
like my
when
logo,
you
it
go
took me
on your
15
phone,
minutes. I put myself out of the room twice trying to get that thing on there.
yeah, I get
when
the
you go
hang of
on
it.
your phone under the three tabs and you click share,
Yeah.
remember to click the copy button.
Well, I ain't
On
seen the copy, but I think when you share, when all them icons come up, one of them supposed to be copy.
Right. One of them will be copy.
Okay, that's where I be messing up. Okay.
Because once you click share, right, another bunch of buttons will come up. One will be white that says copy. You
Okay.
click on copy and it'll copy it, and you come back and put it in chat.
Okay, no.
I
I'll
think
try that again. Maybe I can do it without thinking
I
everybody's
think
stuff up.
Froggy says she's all ears.
Because if you read the link, it'll actually tell you towards the end the channel that you're sharing.
Yeah, I won't even looking at that. I just punch it by some man. I got the hang of this. I'm on the roll.
Froggy get,
Woo.
Froggy get on top of Bigfoot. He'll protect you.
Bigfoot will tote you, Froggy. I know you told me that Bigfoot had you covered. You gonna put me in the cupboard of night. But I had to watch out for Bigfoot.
Bigfoot's gonna put you in the foot locker
Yeah, that's what she's
and
talking
wrap
about
you in
the
the
other
chin and never let you out. Hey, Melissa, I'm trying to protect Froggy.
night.
He's going on coffee break. Morning, Stan.
Yeah.
Morning, Stan.
Morning, Stan.
What's up, Stan?
Hey, Garv.
Susquehanna. I like to fish that river, man. I've been across that river many times. Up there in Pennsylvania, man, that's some good looking water. On all over Pennsylvania, up across that river. I bet that's some good fishing up there. One of these years I'm going.
Have you got a any content out, Stan?
Yeah, I think he do. I think I've watched his videos before, if I ain't mistaken.
Can someone please drop Sasquatty Stan's link?
Man, I watch so much stuff I can't keep up with, but I think he do have some.
I don't even think I'm subscribed to Sasquatty Stan.
You got it, Froggy. Bigfoot's there to protect you. Everybody comes after road legs, they got to deal with Bigfoot.
It's all flatheads here.
I wish I had that problem for catfish. Just having flatheads here. But I got blues, I got flatheads, I got channels, and I got mudcats. But after the channel cat tournament, if it goes off good, my next tournament's gonna be a bullhead yellow belly tournament.
I most definitely won't be getting in that one then.
What, the yellow belly tournament?
The bullhead tournament.
Oh, you won't get in that one?
No, 'cause we ain't got too many bullheads down here.
I ought to get into it. I told y'all about that pond over. I got
Yeah,
full of them
the
ponds.
boarhead tournament is a numbers game. So the more you catch, the better up you are. It's just like the channel catch tournament. The
Can you
only
fish
difference
it?
is with the channel catch tournament, it has to be over 2 pounds to count.
And this bullhead tournament, can you fish private or it's got to be public water?
Everything public.
Yeah, well, that knocks me in the head. There's a
No
private
private
pond
ponds
on that
and no
pond.
pay lakes. And no
Yeah,
hatcheries.
yeah, there's a private pond on that pond, loaded with them things.
Wow. So Squanny Stan says in channels, but my wife noodles snapping turtles. Dang go.
I
You
want to
better
see
watch
that.
it. You
I
better
want to
watch
see
your
that,
stuff,
Sam.
man. She'll be done took care of you, brother. She take on a snapping turtle underwater. She'll knock you out, boy. You better watch her and listen to what she said.
No, she'll put that snapping turtle in bed with you.
Oh mercy.
If she noodles a big snapping turtle out of a river and you're asleep in bed, that thing could be under the blankets with you when you wake up. Or it'll wake you up and bite you.
Yeah, if it do that, it'll be waking you up before the alarm clock go off too.
Yeah, and you be screaming like a little girl.
Ah,
Thank you,
that'll
Chucky.
put you up out the bed and then your britches in a second. What's going on here?
Oh, you won't be talking, you be screaming.
Ain't no doubt. Them things, they got a bite on them. I know. I used to catch them on a little trout line. I used to sell them to the man down the road. He used to eat them. He put them in a barrel, clean them out with corn for about 2 weeks before he killed them. That's where I got my money. Some of my money when I was a kid, man. I had a little money coming in all the time. So it's catching turtles, pulling the back or getting up hay, cutting lawns with the push mower. Man, I had a little money coming up. I was 14, 15 years old. I was bankrolling, man.
I was making all kinds of money when I was that age.
That's how I got my fishing stuff, and I bought me a dirt bike so I could get around when I had to walk. I saved up the money and bought me a dirt bike. I was had it going on then. I could get on downtown right quick.
My mom was pissed off at me when I turned 16. I didn't put no money in the bank for, I was putting money I was making off work in the bank, but when I was making off side jobs, I didn't put it in the bank. I just hid it. And when I told her I was going to go buy me a car, she goes, "How? You can't afford it." I says, "I got money." She goes, "Where?" I says, "I hid it."
I'm
Yeah,
subscribed to you now, so Squanny Stan.
I walked over to the guy's house after I bought it, paid for it, and brought it back and had paper license on it. He had a fit.
Gigability said, does marble cats count? No, I don't think so. What do you call a marble catch now? Because
He's like a piebald catfish.
I know they got it
That's
in
what it
Georgia.
is, the piebald catfish. That's part
They got speckled
part
cats
flathead
here.
and part white catfish. Tonight I want to do a members only live for my channel.
Oh wow!
what time you gonna do that, Ev?
I think 8 or 9.
Okay.
I'm just gotta wait for some of them to get off work and they can come in.
Yeah.
But it's some stuff I'm going to cover with them for the members.
You gonna tell us about it first?
No, they get to know about it first. No, I haven't made it yet. I'm gonna make it when I get home.
What does it cost to become a member?
Say what?
So what does it cost to become a member?
I think it's anywhere from a couple bucks up to $7. I don't remember.
Oh, that's right. There's like 3 colors, 3 different ranks or
I
something
got
like that.
3 stages. I got 3 stages. Then it gives you all the perks, but I'm going to add a few more without putting them in the perks.
We've got some awesome mods in here, Squanistan.
Except for one. I
Yeah,
thought
you
about me.
did. You
Guard, what package is that? You got me lost right now. I'm half asleep and half awake. I'm fighting to stay awake. my fourth thermos of coffee.
Yeah, I done both drank the pot tonight. tonight.
wow.
I cooked me a
I've
pot
been
of Mr. Coffee
44
tonight.
pots of coffee tonight. I've been through 44 pots of coffee.
He said the Texas stuff he wants.
Oh, okay.
Can you help it, Melissa? I feel bad, but
Hey,
what I did, I
Garv,
thought I'm doing
just be
good.
lucky you didn't get one of the rod and reels I shipped out. I packed that stuff so damn tight. You had taken off the lid and you'd never seen a rod inside the package. It's all wrapped up and covered in bubble wrap so good you wouldn't see it. And if you shook a tube or box, it wouldn't rattle. Ask Buck Williams or JBT about that. Ask JBT how well I packed that rod and reel. He started unpacking the rod and reel when his girlfriend went to the store, and when she came back, he was still unpackaging it.
Wow.
Well, the rod had over, I'd say, close to 70 miles of shrink wrap and bubble wrap on it. The reel had over 80 miles of shrink wrap on it and 5 layers of bubble wrap. Imagine trying to unwrap a spinning reel out of shrink wrap and bubble wrap.
You were making sure they tore it up, trying to get it out the package then.
Hey, I wanted to get there in one piece and everything and not broken.
Well, you got it to them safe, but they tore
They're
it
getting
up.
the packages on them. I was hoping one of these guys would have done an unboxing video because I'd like to see that. That would have been funny to watch.
Right. What did you ship it in? A PVC pipe?
Cardboard.
Cardboard?
Thank
It's
you,
cheaper than doing PVC. It's a lot cheaper than doing PVC.
Right.
Melissa Cos got her video out. It's her catching that paddlefish with Jody.
Yeah. That's a good 35-pound paddlefish.
Oh yeah.
The best way to land a paddlefish in a boat is with a rope around that bill.
I just reached down and grabbed the bill.
No, because those bills can hurt you.
Ernie Brown, how you doing, buddy? You going to look for that deal this morning?
Last time I grabbed that paddlefish by the bill, he shook his head so far and threw me in the lake or the river.
Yeah, she thought she had a giant catfish on there. reeled that thing up. It was all wrapped up in her line. Big fish.
Oh, hey, in the Mississippi down below Alton Dam when it's snagging season, you can get some paddlefish that's 70, 80, 90 pounds.
Yep. Up there in Kentucky, I've seen them pull them out there at the dam. Not paddlefish, but spoonbill cats. And I've seen them pull them out there almost 100 pounds.
I've never seen a spoonbill cat.
It looks like a paddlefish, but darker. And at the end of the paddle, instead of looking like a boat paddle at the end, it's got a round bill at the end of it.
Yeah, and I know how you feel if you can't find them. It do make you feel bad, but I've been in that situation too. Sometimes they'll slip away from you. It's gonna be tough with that fresh snowfall on top, but
Right.
The only way, if you don't push that deer, it'll drop. But if someone comes up behind him after he leaves walking to the woods, he can push that deer even farther. That's the only reason we don't like hunting public lands.
Yeah, it's been all night though. If he hit that thing pretty good in a vital organ, I expect it's dead by now. It probably froze too, covered up with snow.
What I'm saying is, if he's wounded to where he's dying slowly, and he's laying down, and someone comes through where he's laying, he's going to jump and run.
Oh yeah, he will. That's his natural instinct to get away from whatever it is.
Right.
But yeah, if he's still living, but man, I don't know if he'd be still living now or not.
Depends on where you place the shot. I don't know.
Let me ask y'all something. Wasn't it last night when we were talking about why the reason I didn't like using a bow to hunt with?
Yeah.
And looky there, Ernie.
Oh, he did that with a bow?
Yeah.
I'm deadly with a bow.
Welcome in, Danimals.
I'm deadly on a cheeseburger.
Yeah, that thing's getting huge. I snagged one up with a 17-pound, 20-pound test line, fishing for a skipjack. I snagged one in my lines, and when it got the hook set in it, man, it took off and it reeled me till it snapped that line. It just kept going straight down. There was no stopping it.
I tell you what, Rustic, try landing one on 6-pound test when you're jigging for crappie.
Oh, I've done that on a 50-pound buffalo.
No, I'm talking about 140-pound paddlefish on 6-pound test.
There, you ain't right, boy.
It me almost tired to that.
Uh-huh. 140-pound paddlefish on 6-pound test when you're jigging for crappie and it swims by and sucks in both your hooks.
Did you see what Danimal said about you?
What?
He said, you're deadly just by looking at you.
Remember that.
Evan walks by the water and says, all right, fish, jump out, baby, jump out.
No, someone had stocked us in the lake that they wanted cleaned out of plankton and stuff to make better fisheries for the lake. And fishing game was in the lake trying to catch that damn paddlefish. They told me about it, and they went down the boat ramp. They went the opposite direction, and I went the opposite direction on shore, walking, jigging for crappie. And after I hooked it, I called fishing game back and says, I got your fish you're looking for. They go, where is it? I says, on the end of my line. She goes, What'd you do, Snag? I said, no, it snagged me. It stuck my jigs in its mouth.
Ernie, it looked like you hit that deal good, but I want to go back and look at that video again and see if I could tell exactly where you hit it at. But what the reaction of that deal when it took off running, you hit it. I know you hit it, but I don't know how good.
I got to go back and look at it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna go look at it.
Yeah, I looked at it twice. I missed it one time. The deal was standing there eating and looking back over at Ernie. Then next time I know he took off running. I said, "Oh, he must have shot it." And then I rewound and looked at it again. It looked like you hit it, but I can't tell how good you hit. I said I was gonna look at it again, but then I jumped off and got to looking at something else, and I forgot to get
What
back to
was
it.
the timestamp on that hit?
Oh, I don't even remember that.
Melissa, go put some long handles on and a long sleeve shirt. You won't be cold.
I thought you was going to tell her to go out and look for Ernie's deer. I
she,
look that hunt like it's going to be dead meat before morning.
she can do that too if she wants to.
Turn the heater back
Look,
up. Tell Hungry to put a muscle shirt on.
Melissa, you
Doors.
gonna have to get you some long handle drawers, girl, to wear, and get you a pair of insulated cubby holes. You get cold, it's miserable, man. It's about as bad as being hot too. Though hot's miserable too.
They're
Just
gonna
have the blanket over here, Melissa.
but she gets shorts and tank top on.
Oh, girl, you need to get more clothes in. No wonder you cold. Good Lord, you done cut the furnace now. I know you cold. Sometimes you got to dress up. When winter get here, you got to put some heavy clothes on. That's why I keep them long handle drawers, but I got the ones with the trap door in the back in case there's a quick emergency.
No, he just wanted a way to blow out the back door.
Dan, is that
Yeah,
about the thing when you shot the deer?
flick two
What?
little things and she'll drop down on you. You can do your business.
Dan's put on there 1 hour, 3 minutes, 50 seconds or so.
Okay.
Yeah, I go watch that.
Ernie say he hit right behind the front shoulder. That's a good spot, boo. If you hit it right
Yeah,
behind the
but
front shoulder like that, it ain't gonna
was
go
it
too far.
broadside or was it turning away?
It looked like me to deal with broadside when they shot it broadside to him. Maybe just a little bit off broad, but it was right a good wide shot for him.
Yeah.
If it's quartering away, if it's quartering away, it's a whole different shot.
Yeah. But if he hit it right behind that front shoulder and it was a little bit quartered away from him, it's gonna go all the way up through his heart and everything.
You know, it can hit the heart or it can miss the heart if it's quartering away.
It can do its broadside too, depending on where the placement, the way it goes in.
I'll pull it up on my main computer at home.
I would like to find it, pull up to that one timestamp right there and let us all see it.
I can sure try.
I know that joker took out. All of a sudden, he's standing next time. I know he done made a leap and gone. I said, "Yep, he done stuck that bad boy."
The other bad thing is when you hit a deer with an arrow, before it gets into the heart, it can change that trajectory of the arrow inside its body and jump.
Yeah, when it jumps way off, it hit a bone too to change direction.
Yeah, we know Jody's napping again.
You're right, Andy. They got an amazing will to survive, man. I've seen some amazing things and can't understand why they were still living. I mean, They just don't want to give up and die. That's for sure.
You want to see something after you hit it with an arrow through the heart? Live for about 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours.
See
A
you later,
6x6
zombie.
bull elk. I watched one after he got hit, walk off and keep eating. And they had the arrow through the heart, out the other side, and still hanging there.
Yeah, they tough, man. I tell you something else. If
But
they can get the
we
water,
didn't know he was hit until a cow came up and brushed that arrow. Then
yeah,
the
if they
buck
get
went
they
crazy.
get the water and set in water, that foamy looking stuff when you clean them, the little foamy looking air looking stuff. If they get the water and set in water, that's why they run the water when they get injured. That stuff will turn into a jail, and it will plug them
No,
holes up,
I'm
them wounds
saying
up, keep them from
he's in the
bleeding.
he was in the middle of a field. He didn't run towards the water. He had that arrow stuck through him. A cow elk brushed him, and he took off up in the mountains. He didn't run nowhere near water.
Yeah,
I
he
shot
probably
a
looking for water though. I bet you did.
Hey, if you
7
go
point one
from
time
4,000 feet up
with
to
a
8,000 feet, you're not looking for water.
Well,
I
most
shot
times
a
water
7 point with a
comes
bow.
off the top of the mountain and runs down somewhere.
I
No,
shot
he's
a
going
7 point
up
with a
and
bow,
away from.
and I was still hunting. I draw back on him broadside, standing 20 yards from me, and I hit him right dead in the chest, man. Perfect shot, heart shot. That arrow, I seen that arrow go through that deer, go out to the side and stick in the tree on the other side of him. And that deer never flinched, never moved, never jumped, just turned and looked my direction. And he
Mm-hmm.
never seen me standing there. But in about 2 minutes later, I seen the blood pouring out of him. And 2 minutes later, he walked off and walked about 30 feet, fell over.
Well, this elk covered over a half a mile in 2 hours.
I know people that went long ways to find a deer.
Yeah,
Hey, this arrow went completely through the heart.
I've
It
tracked
shredded
deer.
the heart.
I've tracked deer a couple miles after I shot them before I found them. It's blood and blurred the whole way. Dark blood too. Some light foamy blood in the edges where it come out the lungs. Dark blood comes out the heart and stuff. But they tough, man. They don't want to die. That's the way wild things are. They got a whole lot more greater will to live
Yeah.
than anything else.
I've hit them in the heart with a gun and they run 50 yards, fall over and die. And I've hit them in the heart with a gun and they drop in the tracks.
Oh yeah, I've done the same thing. I made a shot on one time, 300 yards with my 30-06. As soon as it popped him, that joker fell straight down. He never wiggled, kicked, or nothing.
I don't use 30-06s.
Yeah, I like my 30-06. I got a 742 Woodmaster. I like that bad boy. He get the job done.
I use something better. I reach out to at least 2.5, 3 miles if I want with this thing. 308 sniper, infield sniper rifle.
My eyes ain't good enough to
With a
see that
brass
far.
butt
I
plate.
don't need that.
Hey, I shoot distance. I don't shoot up close.
Yeah.
I don't like shooting 20 to 50 feet with a rifle that is capable of shooting long ranges.
Yeah, well, I can understand that.
And if I'm shooting a rifle that lobs a bullet, ain't my game. I like when I shoot the bullet flat trajectory.
It's gonna be on right at dark. It's gonna be almost dark when he shoots.
I can see the tree line, but
I see it.
It
can
was
you go
three of
full
them.
screen on that picture?
Earlier in the video was three of them. It was a buck and two does, but I think a two does left. I didn't see them but the buck there when he shot it.
Is it up there?
Can you go full screen on that picture, Ernie?
turned back and looked at him.
Yeah, he watched him. He knew he was there, but I bet Ernie went over there and sat many evenings and watched him. He just used to him sitting there. That's what he did, do. They get used to
No,
something. They don't pay no whole lot of mind, but they'll keep an eye on.
he winded Ernie.
Can y'all see
That
it?
wind changed and it went right into Ernie, right into the
Yeah,
deer. The way that deer looked up at Ernie, he got winded.
yeah. He served broadside to him now. He dropped
Yeah, he's
that
still
head. I
turning
put
too.
an arrow in him.
Y'all watch close because it's gonna be quick. I can't see good enough to see what's going on. I can see the deer, but I can't tell nothing about where it would hit it.
Yeah, he turned into the hit. That deer turned into the arrow.
And I couldn't see where he got hit either, but he kicked like he got hit low. Run that back.
I expect you laying out somewhere dead, Ernie.
Oh yeah.
With this picture I see now, I can barely see where he was hit.
Let's rewind that back. Look at the kick.
I seen the kick. Kick ain't what I'm looking at.
Doggone.
Let's go back a little further.
Yeah, we can put that screen he's on now in the big screen. It'd be good.
There he is.
That's as big as it can make it.
Right there. This is good looking does right there. Three of them.
Yeah.
Well, it was 2 does and a buck, and then the 2 does left right before it shot him.
Think the buck's behind him.
Yeah, to start with, there. But after the does leave, he stayed out by himself eating.
I know.
Right before it shot him. I reckon he decided he let the ladies go on and find the bed, and he gonna get him a little nibble left to eat before he come to bed.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 5. There's 5 does.
Yeah. You know, when he had his head down, that's when I would have took him.
I would have done the shot when he was down and looking away.
Yeah.
That's where he got winded. Still got another doe there with him. Still got 2 more does there with him.
Oh, he just run her butt like, hey, get up out of here. It's my spot. What are you doing? Yep, here he comes.
No, I think the population of deer, because they got some kind of disease back here a few years ago. A whole lot of them died. It ain't as many as it was a few years ago. But I think they're coming back some now.
He should be coming out.
The deer in Georgia's getting COVID now.
Yeah, I forgot what the name of that disease that they called it up here in Virginia, but it makes them pretty much makes the flesh rot.
Chronic wasting disease.
Yeah,
That's what it is. Chronic wasting.
They got it here in Missouri too. Now it's spread over to Kentucky.
Yeah, it was here bad a couple years ago, and it was killing a pile of deer, man. The coyotes was loving it.
Right.
Coyotes was loving it for a while until they started killing coyotes.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't realize what they was eating. I don't guess, but they was loving it at the time because you got a full belly.
If coyotes smell sour meat, they don't care. They're going to eat it.
Yeah, we used to have a pile of them things around here too, but game commissioners started letting mountain lions around here to kill the coyotes. Now I don't know what's gonna be next. Elephants or ring.
But see, coyotes don't. Mountain lions don't kill coyotes. They kill deer.
Well, that's what the game commission officer told me they was doing. So whether they kill them or not, I don't know. But that's what he told me. Heard his own mic.
He didn't do his research.
Yeah. It all started off with the rabbits was killing all these planted pines because a rabbit would gnaw the pine all the way around in a circle and then it'd kill a tree. So they brought bobcats in to kill the rabbits. Then the bobcats got overpopulated, both killed all the rabbits. Then they brought the coyotes in to kill the rabbits. Now,
See, now people don't understand. Just because a bobcat kills rabbits, don't mean they won't kill a deer.
Oh yeah, they kill whatever. But I mean, that's the reasoning that the game commission has. What I'm trying to say.
Okay, Melissa.
I was all squint down, looking, trying to see where that buck was going to come out, and all of a sudden disappear. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, they got the whole.
Give him time and pick back up on the blood trail and just walk it down and keep a good lookout, and you'll find it.
The game commission got the whole ecosystem around here all messed up right now.
Oh, you're welcome, man.
Randy, how good was the blood trail?
It's like down here on this part of the river, I got Donaldson Point, and you go down there, it's a buck only hunt except during bow season. You can take those, and there's not a lot of people hunt down there during bow season. But try to go down there and they shoot all the bucks out, and I got trapped up in my tree one night. It was about to get dark, and I heard something come through. It sounded like an army come through the woods. I figured, well, here comes some raccoons. I looked
It was
down behind
dry.
me, and I bet 100 does come walking out, man, trying to get out there to them fields, and never seen a buck one come out through there.
Yeah, damn, we got they turn them loose here, but we ain't got no hunting season or nothing. No, we can't
Yeah.
shoot them. But I'm gonna tell you what, if I run up on one and he comes at me, don't think I ain't gonna clip him. I'm gonna clip him off. It's either gonna be me or him, and I ain't aiming on it being me.
Ernie, that's what was hurting you. It was snowing and
Covered it up.
yeah, covering up the blood.
It's gonna be tough to
You
find it.
want to look ahead of you on the last blood if you lose it, and they'll take the path of least resistance. Most normally.
Not always. Oh, I wouldn't give up either after a buck that size.
No, I wouldn't either. He's laying down out there.
Yeah, he's out there somewhere. I bet you. Yeah,
He's
he
gonna be
froze.
out there in the middle of all that honeysuckle. He's gonna be laying out in the middle of all that honeysuckle. Every deer I've killed was always out in the thickest part of the brush.
Yeah, Dan, I heard that. I don't know what it is here for us, since it's not native to our environment around here. They just turn them loose in here. But if I encounter one, I'm gonna shoot. I don't care whether we're supposed to or not. I ain't gonna let him kill me. Them things brutal, man.
For
That was a
years,
small one.
for years down this part of Missouri, we never had no bears and coyotes, but for some reason the climate, the wind patterns changed, and now we're starting to get more bears and wolves, and some of them said they seen mountain lions up here. And when I was hunting up there this year, up in the hills this year, I could have sworn I seen the tail end of one going through the woods there.
You probably did. Yeah,
Ernie,
bass.
he did look like a good size deer.
We got a bass season around here now where we used to not have one because it done got so plenty of them. The swamps where I'm running around in, hunting and fishing and stuff in too, has got a bunch of bear in.
He still was a decent sized deer.
Yeah, you want a bad buck, a nice buck.
We're a bear down here and mountain lion. We're a bear, mountain lion, coyotes, foxes, bobcats, and lynxes.
Yep. I tell you, a lynx, bobcat, or whatever you want to call it, they brutal too. Them things are quick.
No, lynx would jump up on you straight up and come down with the claws out, scratching the hell out of you.
That's right.
Tearing
But
you
they brutal, man. They pounce quick. They fast. That's what I'm trying to say. They blink of an eye, they can be on you.
They're just jump 6 feet straight up and come down with the claws out, tearing you up.
That's right. We used to chase them things all the time back when we was coon hunting. They're starting to get popular. Then they'll turn a bunch of them loose, kill all the rabbits. And man, we used to, every time we go coon hunt, just about every night we'd chase one. Every time but you get about 100 yards of the tree with them lights on, them jokers will dive over the tree. You can hear him hit the ground. Poof, that joker gone again. Dogs chasing them again. Run that joker through the swamps half at night. Finally, have cut your light
Those
off
are what
and
I
walk
call
up
a
through
ghost
the
of the
tree.
woods. Those
Man,
are very good.
We used to have so many rabbits around here that you'd be out in your yard and about 15, 20 of them come up right around you. And they was everywhere until that river, last couple of years, the river started flooding real bad, running everything out of the woods off the river. Coyotes come through here for about 50 miles and wiped out about every rabbit around here.
They'll take them out, man. They'll take them out quick.
You get out early in the mornings, you might see one or two rabbits where you seen one every 30 feet.
Yep.
Well, they thought my daughter had a rabbit in a cage. I built a rabbit, a heavy duty cage, and had a rabbit in there. They ripped that cage apart, went in there and got that rabbit in that cage.
Doggone.
Yeah.
I still can't believe how they ripped that cage up. It blew my mind, man. I said, I cannot believe how much strength they must have had to rip that wire like they did. But they jerked that junk out. I found him about 75 yards down in the oak woods. They didn't eat his guts and stuff. The rest of them was there just a ball of fur.
Yeah, they'll pull on that wire till it breaks. Get in there.
Yeah.
I've got rid of my beagle dogs, and I had some good ones too, all females, and I got rid of them because they're just taking them out hunting and wouldn't get no rabbits nowhere.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a few rabbits come back now, but they've been working on their coyotes because they started turning them lynx loose in here on them. Plus, they had a bounty on them. It was $50 a coyote at one time. I think it's down to about 10 now.
Yeah.
A few years back, they had bounties here too. You kill them, staple the ears together. That way you can turn them in. And they talk about having another bounty on coyotes because, man, they are everywhere. Here the other night, I stepped out in the backyard and I can hear them running down that ditch, just howling, chasing after something.
Man, I've been there in the woods and one pack howling at the other, and they neither pack 100 yards from me in the woods. You talking about making a hair on your neck stand up, man.
Yeah. Down here in Georgia, the DNR, they're having contests on who can shoot the most coyotes.
Yeah, that's why they put that bounty in force up here. But we had to carry ours up to the sheriff's department, and they tag them and take care of them and give you the bounty. Is the way they were doing it, unless you run up on a game commission officer, a game warden somewhere there. But you can't ever find one of them when you want them. When you don't want to see them, he's smacking you all up in the face. That's the way they work.
That's right.
I ain't fooled with none of them in a few years now. I don't know exactly what the bounty done got down to. I need to check on that.
They need to have another one here. They gotten bad. They done wiped out the pheasants. They done wiped out the quail.
Yeah, they'll take care of everything. They don't matter what's walking through the woods, except maybe a bear. But I tell you something else, a pack of them will take down a bear.
Morning, Evan.
What are you talking about morning? I'm awake. I'm just reporting the bot. But it's in the Hog Legs channel.
Yeah, Dan, we used to not have a season for bear here, but we do now. A couple of my friends killed some this year.
I'm taking that the right way.
Yeah, we got a seasonal coyotes here. They'll take in they'll get out there, some guys with some radios, CB radios today, and the snow and drive around and they'll tell them, hey, there's one headed towards you, and they'll shoot at it.
Right.
Well, we want to report the bot to YouTube.
I was in a deer hunting club a few years back up around the Little Grand Canyon, and what we done, we'd throw guy brought a backhoe out there and he dug a deep hole with steep sides on it, and we'd throw all of our deer guts in there.
Yeah.
And
Welcome back, Ernie.
The coyotes would go in there to eat the guts, and they couldn't get out because the walls were so steep. We'd go down there and shoot them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good way to catch them.
Yeah.
Dallas, the best way to report him is when you click on it, you get the three icons, go to his channel, and report him at his channel to YouTube instead of doing it in chat.
Thank you, Andy. Morning, Dallas. Yeah, I had my boy and his friend of his. They went out and they had a big quarter of a deer leg that went bad. They was trying to hang them up and smoke them out, and that one didn't smoke out right, and so they hung it up out there in the trees at the back of his property. And coyotes would come up there and they'd sit out there and shoot them coyotes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hunt them a whole lot easier at night than you can in the daytime. Get one of them callers on a big bright red light, and they'll watch that red light before they take off. Run a white light, they run from that quick. But you can turn that caller on like a distressed rabbit call or something, and it'll draw them buggers in. You have coyotes all around your tail, don't even know it.
Right.
Yep.
We used to do that at night.
There's a field over on the river. We'll go out there and put up a little stick, a little string, and hang 2 white feathers from it, chicken feathers. And then we'll set the call right there beside that speaker, and then we'll get back about 100 yards, and we'll sit there and hit the remote on it, make that rabbit squeal sound. And man, you wouldn't believe the coyotes coming out of these woods, man. I mean, it's just like, I didn't realize there was that many out here.
Oh, they pile of them right there. You don't see them. They're very elusive. You catch a glimpse of them sometimes, but you can hear them. Especially
I'll attract a coyote in, and I'll paralyze the coyote where it's still alive, and I'll use that coyote to bring in other coyotes.
That's what we do. We just let them lay. If we drop them, they just lay right there, and they come right in. And they'll ignore that collar. They just go right to that coyote, smell of it, and just shoot him.
Speaking of that gigability, we trapped some baby pigs back last year at the beginning of the year, and my buddy gave them away, and the one couple took him a wild pig, and they took it home and put it in their fenced-in backyard and made a pet out of it. That wild pig would come to them and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like taking out the spine right in front of the front legs with a 17 caliber and dropping them. And those that lay there and just keep whining and yapping in injured form with the coyotes. I'll bring them in to the injured coyote, and as they come in and stop and look at him, I'd shoot the other ones in the head. Keep dropping them as they come in, as that other one calls them in.
Yeah, they kill all the weak ones. If they go down and can't move and run, stay with the pack, they'll kill them either.
Exactly, that's how we do it.
Yep.
Me and Melissa was out one night over here in the neighboring town over here, and we was going up into an apartment complex, and all of a sudden a coyote ran in front of us with a baby doe, a deer, and the mama was chasing it right behind. Just like that.
Uh-huh.
I jumped out of the van, and I went to hollering, thinking I was going to make the coyotes drop it.
Yeah, that coyote done grabbed done and gone.
Yep. The mama was right on his butt, though.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
That's the way nature works. It's brutal sometimes, but that's just the way it is,
Yep.
It's good that you can hide the bots from people in chat, but when you go over to the channel and you report them there, it does more damage to them there because it'll take them a couple of days, but they won't be coming back. Mods can go over to the channel real quick just by clicking on the name on the phone and come up with a list going to the channel, block, hide, or whatever. hide them. They go back over to the channel and report them to YouTube from there.
Well, here they just acknowledged in some parts of Missouri of black bear hunting, but you got to get drawn for the tag, and it's a strict deal. If you see a black bear with cubs, you have to let them walk.
I don't know exactly what the rules is around here on bear hunting, because since they opened it up to a hunting season for them, I hadn't hunted none, but I know some of my buddies got tags for them. But I think the season ain't but like 2 weeks long or something, 2 or 3 weeks long is all the season is around here. But we used to not have no season at all up to just a few years ago.
Their black bears are making it up in South Georgia from Florida. They've got all the way up to Arapahoe, Georgia, so far.
Yeah, they're growing and spreading too, man. Our
Yeah.
swamps around here is full of them, man.
What's like up here to is what Gigability was talking about. It's like up here in Cape Girardeau, which is 45 minutes from me. It's a big city. And they got a lot of woods in town. Well, they went around and put farm ground way out there and cut a lot of trees down. So they had no place to go but in town. And you drive through there and they got 4 lanes on both sides going through town. And deer cross over herds of them. So they put it on the ballot to have a inner city bow hunt only to try to get some of the deer out of town. And people griped, moaned and groaned, and no, we don't want you to shoot the deer.
Exactly, Dallas.
So they didn't do it. And when people started having wrecks hitting deer, they was begging to have people go around.
Right.
Same way with bear. Once they start invading the houses and getting food and stuff, they'll be saying, hey, we need to do something about that.
That's right, because a bear going to come looking for something to eat, and they love to ram or tear stuff up to get it, too.
If you leave any kind of sweets outside, you're going to attract a bear.
Yep. I tell you the truth, I don't even throw my scraps out. I used to come right down the edge of the woods and throw them right in the edge of the woods. I ain't done that in the last couple of years because of coyotes and stuff and bear. They'll come up there and eat. I ain't feeding them. I don't want them around, so I just start putting them in my scraps.
I burned my scrap.
I used to spot trailers out there on, out there on Miller Brewery, and Miller Brewery is they bought a what used to be an Air Force base, and they put the brewery inside the Air Force base, and they have deer overpopulated out there, and coyotes. They don't have too many coyotes, but they got wild dogs, and then they got bobcats out there that come up to my waist. And you know why they get so many of them? Because on Miller property, you're not allowed to tote guns out there because it's under the Firearm, Tobacco, and
Protection Agency. Yeah.
So finally, one year they decided to thin out the deer because they were getting overpopulated and start, breeding one another. Breeding brother and sister and mom and daddy and all that.
Yeah.
So they ended up with a bunch of retarded deer.
Yeah.
So they
with bear meat, you need to be careful with trichinosis. You have to have that meat cooked at above a certain temperature where it kills off trichinosis.
So they decided to open up bow hunting out there, and they did it for about 2 seasons, and then they knocked down the population. And now they're fixing to have to open it up again. They've been populated.
I heard that. Yeah, they multiply quick.
I will never put bear meat in the oven because they're so freaking greasy. You have an oven fire in there real quick.
I'll never eat bear meat, period, because it's got to be cooked the right way. I mean,
Yeah, but you gotta slow cook it to get the grease out. Then you gotta raise the internal temperature up to 170 to get to kill the trichinosis.
right. So there's too many other meats out there I can eat. I'll never eat bear meat.
Dan, that would be a cool hunt, but there's a bunch of
I
different
won't go
hunts.
hunting for something that I'll have to waste.
There's a bunch of hunts I'd like to go on for different animals, but I don't know if I'll ever have the wallet to do it. Well, I got the time. I just don't have the cash.
Right. Exactly right.
I've done a lot of those hunts when I was in Montana.
You right, Giggle Billy. Got to have deep pockets if you do anything now. If you leave her at the door, you better have a little crimp in your wallet now.
No, when I was out in Montana, I didn't have to worry about having money in the wallet. All I had to do is have the tag in my pocket.
Right.
When I left out there, I had tags for everything in my wallet.
That's exactly right, Ernie Brown. But I'd like to have that much cash. I wouldn't mind not having the time then.
Yeah, it's hard to get both, look like. Because if you're working and making good money, then you ain't got the time to use it and spend it. That was a problem with me when I was driving the truck, but the problem is I was spending it fast as I was making it.
Right.
When I was in Montana, I had PTO and I took it off every hunting season until the end of hunting season, and I got every tag I was going after.
Yeah.
And that's when I was using a 308 sniper rifle because I was shooting them from long range.
I use a 308 to hunt deer and hog with.
Yeah, I always wanted a 308. I don't have one. I got a 270, a 243, 30-06, 6mm.
I like my 308 infield sniper rifle.
Well,
The only thing I hate about it is that brass butt plate.
I got a 750 Wingmaster Remington.
Oh, you got a good one.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yep.
Is that the 308?
Yeah.
I thought so. I got the old one, and that thing, I tell you what, that one kicks, and with that brass butt plate, you feel it all the way in your back.
Wow.
That hurts.
I didn't give it $500 for it.
I got this one for $150 from an ex-Marine that was a sniper. He got it from someone else, and he had 5 cases of ammo with it.
Yeah,
he gave me the ammo and the rifle.
I got some of them military rounds. I got like
that's what I'm talking about. 5 cases of military rounds, and I still haven't used them all up.
What, steel jacket?
Yeah, steel metal, full
steel
metal.
Steel ballistic tips.
Get this. I got 2 ammo boxes full.
Don't let the game commission catch you with them in your rifle. They'll bust your butt, man.
I won't shoot them through my rifle.
They're illegal to hunt with.
Yeah, I won't shoot them through my rifle anyway.
Yeah. 303 British, Dan, that's a good rifle. That's an old rifle, but them jokers can shoot, man.
303 is an outdated version of the 3030.
I used to have a 303 British revolver rifle. Y'all ever seen
that? Those are good.
I ain't never seen one of them. Y'all held on to that, man. Should never got rid of that, man. I ain't never heard of one of them.
There's a
I have 2 303 British revolvers.
Yep.
And they're good brush guns.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
what I call brush pistols.
I got me a 30-30 brush rifle. It's made for the brush. And I done killed a
No,
pile
this
of
is
deer with that booger
303.
too.
This is a
I know that.
303 brush pistol.
Right.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying I got a 30-30 brush gun I use in the wood, in the swamps and stuff.
And this thing with a scope on it, you can get long range with it. But open sights, you can get maybe 100, 200 yards, 300 yards.
Yeah, I had that 303 British revolver, lever action revolver, and I shot plenty of deer out of it. And some guy, he wanted it more than I did. I forget what he paid me for it. It was an outrageous price though.
Yeah, but he knew what it was. See, that's why he paid it.
He knew what it was, and he knew the price value of it.
Right. But see, I didn't have but $100 in it, maybe.
Yeah, but a 303 lever action pistol, you're looking at anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000, $4,000.
Well, he gave me two, I think, for it.
Yeah, damn. Some of them 303s has got them lift up sights on them, man. Them things will shoot on it at 1,500 yards.
Yep.
The pistol I had iron sights that raised up for long range shots.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm back. I had to unload the dishwasher and load it up.
Poor thing.
Did you
Poor chap.
did you get them peanuts up over there on the floor?
No, boss.
Well,
Somebody took my parking spot. They monetized my parking spot back here now. I can't get close to the door.
Then they had to pay to park there, huh?
No, I don't want to get bruised up parking there anymore.
Right.
Oh, you're bitchy now.
You didn't read that? It said if you park here, you're cruising for a bruising.
That's right. That's,
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to step away for a minute.
all right, Andrew. Well, I'm fixing to get ready to shut this thing down.
All right.
See you later, Abby.
See you later.
All right,
Hey,
bud.
Pork Chop.
That's right. Welcome in, Pork Chop. We missed you last night. You haven't taken a turn for the worse with that COVID, have you?
I'll tell you that's some
it's
tough
coming
stuff, brother.
10 degrees.
Waiting on Pork Chop to let me know if you feeling better or worse or what.
Watch this weather when it comes on at 5 and see if it's going to warm up today. If it is, I might go snowbank fishing.
There you go. Oh, okay. No, I fell asleep. There you go. Well, me and Melissa was worried about you.
What'd he say?
Yeah, he had COVID.
Oh, well, Mike T is. He must be working tonight, huh?
He said he might not show up tonight because that woman friend of his probably kept him up all day.
Yeah, half a night too, probably. Whoop whoop. Oh, I ain't sworn that. But I don't know. He been sick. Is he still in quarantine or what?
No, they found out that he didn't have COVID.
Oh, okay. He probably got the flu then, because that's going around too.
Yeah.
That's some rough stuff too, man. Ain't
Yeah.
bad as that COVID though. That COVID, boy, it'll knock you down every time you lift your head up and knock you back down.
Yeah.
That's some
Well,
tough stuff.
I'm glad you're getting over it, Kenneth.
Yeah, I'm trying, man. I've still got some congestion. I'm still coughing up a bunch of mess, but I feel a whole lot better. I think I'm gonna pull through. Called my daddy this evening. He went yesterday and had his infusion. The doctors at the hospital, when they checked him out, said they wanted to have an infusion, but they had to get it at a clinic. So they had to call the clinic. The clinic had to order the infusion, have it
Right.
made and shipped to him. And they had a cancellation. He's supposed to have it today, but they had a cancellation where he could have it yesterday. So I called him today, see how he was doing. He said he ain't seen a whole lot of difference yet, but it'd probably take a day or two for it to work.
Huh.
Oh, you're welcome, Andy. Eh?
Take care, Andy. Yeah,
See you
I've
later,
been
Andy.
all over the place. I've been all around people that's had COVID. My daughter's had it real bad. I mean, she was bad. Then she got it again, and my granddaughter got it. They come here. I guess I was immune to it because I've been around people that's had it bad, and I never even got sick or nothing.
That's an amazing thing. My daughter never tested positive. She got 2 tests, both times negative. Everybody else in the family got it. I thought
Yeah.
that was kind of crazy, but she done had both of the shots and the booster shot, so
Wow.
that might have had something to do with it too. But
Right.
my dad and my sister, both of them have had both of the shots and the booster shot, and they got it. So there you go.
Denise.
I don't know how to figure that thing. Ring. It all depends on your immune system.
Have a good
Yeah.
night, Denise.
See
Yeah,
you, Janine. Take care.
I've never had shots or nothing. So
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
had
ever
2
plan
shots.
on.
I ain't had the booster shot. And last time I went to the doctor for my A1C check, they ain't got the boosters in yet. But I rang when I go back up there, they're gonna stick me with it, but they're gonna have to catch me free.
Yeah.
Well,
See you later, Gar. Take it easy.
all of our all right, take it easy, Garth. Enjoyed you being in here.
See you,
Thank
God.
all of our youngest son and his wife and 4 grandchildren, they all have COVID, and our son, they got him on several different medications, and what a drug they give horses. And our daughter-in-law, they got her on totally different medicines without the horse medicine.
Huh. I don't know. I don't think they really know what's going on with it. They're just trying different things, see what they can come up and work it best. What I think.
Yeah,
They using what they think is working, but I mean, you know yourself, just like this vaccine, they shove that stuff through fast. Most time it takes years and years of testing and research and stuff. They pushed it through in a few months, so I think they got an idea that it works, but I don't know how good they know how it works. You know what I mean?
right, right.
I don't know, but I do believe that them vaccines is what saved my butt. I do believe that because I never did get a temperature, and they
And
said that's what you get with it. You get it's supposed to be a temperature involved with it.
now they got another strain of the COVID, and it's,
Omicron.
no, Omicron. They got a new one now. It come from Japan.
Hmm.
It's called flu something. Flu. Anyway, it's a mixture of the flu and the COVID.
Good Lord, I bet that's a bad one.
Yeah.
Mm. Man, that bird done got so you can't go nowhere to do nothing no more. You just got to live like a hermit.
Yep.
I'm going to the bank, go fishing, but anybody get around me, I'm gonna tell them get back, put my mask on. Y'all got to leave and get away from here.
That's right. Me and Melissa, that to be honest with y'all, that's why I ordered the belt. Me and Melissa talked about it, and we're
Take it
gonna
easy, Ernie.
start ordering everything, groceries, and so we don't have to go out in public.
Yeah, that's what my daughter and I done started doing. We'll call and order the groceries, and she'll go pick them up. They bring them outside. Ernie, get you some rest, brother, so you can go get that deal. We'll talk with you later. We'll stay in touch.
All right, Chucky, take it easy, buddy.
See you, Chucky.
Ernie?
Take care, buddy. You have a good day.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
man.
like,
I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't look like it ain't no end. As soon as you get trying to get rid of one, another one's coming. I don't
Yeah.
understand all that mess.
Yeah.
see, a lot of people's getting that COVID, not just because of somebody else. It's because somebody with bad COVID has touched something, and it's like that when you wear that mask and you're breathing it in. And if that COVID stuck to it, they're constantly doing this, pulling it up or pulling it down, pulling it up. Then they touched up on the shelves, and then you
Right.
come along thinking nothing, and you touch and you go home and you do this or that right there.
That's
I mean,
right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that,
that's how it gets spread around. I go to stores and I see people that pull stuff off shelves, look at it, and they'll move their mask up or down, and
right.
they'll push stuff on shelves, and the wife will go up there to touch it. And I pull her hand back, say, "Don't touch that." I said, "Then people down put their hands all over that stuff."
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we're starting to order it again because
That's what we doing, man. That way you ain't got to go in there and put your hands on it.
right. And then
It's
when you
still
get
though,
it
you
home,
don't they could be there tested in the store and you get it home. So
when
I
you,
don't know. I don't
when
know
you
if
get
it's
it home, you
100%.
put a pair of gloves on, set it all out, and spray it with Lysol. That's what
You ever
we
seen
do.
that movie with Bruce Willis? I think it's called 9 Monkeys, 7 Red Monkeys, or something like that. Something monkeys, and it's gonna get to where you have to go out and come in, and you're gonna have to go through this quarantine deal where it sprays you down with this stuff, and you're gonna have to shower up, and where you go back into your own place.
Yeah.
Let's hope not. Let's hope we don't get that bad.
I hope it don't get that bad, but I'm gonna tell you, we ain't that far from it now if you think about it.
That's
But
right.
think of how much this is the only disease in history. I'm talking about in history of mankind that has changed variants and adapted and moved so fast.
Right.
You know what
Yep.
I mean? The flu is the main one that they got different types of flu, but it took over. It'll talk how many years to evolve into the next level.
Right.
This is doing it once a month.
Yeah.
Something's not right somewhere.
So I
Right.
think somebody keeps injecting different strands. I mean, all they got to do is just do a little injection, and that stuff get in the air, and it'll just spread and multiply like crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, Bandit Froster. Thanks
See
for
you, Frog.
coming in.
But
Good
if you
night,
look,
Froggy.
you go back
Take
and
care.
what people are not realizing is that every time a new strain comes out, all right, it started in China, all right, it's moved to one come out from Africa, another one's coming out from Japan, and I forgot where that other one's coming out from, and it's a different place at each time.
Right.
So that
Yeah.
tells me that somebody has gone around spreading this crap at different times. If
Right.
it's evolved
Yeah.
that much.
That's
Right.
what I believe. I don't know where the end is, man.
Well, I know
I
what
mean,
the end of this show's gonna be, and it's gonna be right here. So I'm
All
gonna
right, bro.
give y'all a couple
Yeah.
more minutes to say your byes and hellos and
Hog Leg,
Kid,
appreciate you
later,
hitting me up
buddy.
again, bud. Everybody have a
All
good
good.
morning, a good day, and we'll catch y'all on the flip.
all right.
See you.
Thank y'all for coming in.
Everybody in chat, bye. Have a good one, Hogleg. Bye, Kenneth.
I think you got stuck. All right. Good morning, Small Water. I'm fixing to end the show right now. But welcome in, and you're just in time to watch my outro. Take it easy, y'all.